Hello and welcome to the 2026. Oh god, it's 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational Tournament. We've got an absolutely wonderful lineup for you today. I'm Juniper, Juniper Theory, she, her, and I'm joined by. Would you
Hello,
like to introduce
Netrunner.
yourself? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's all good. Nice to meet you all. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're watching from.
Or in
I'm
my
Vale
case, good
here.
evening.
Yeah, good late evening for some people, for sure.
All right.
And somehow it is already 2026.
Yeah. God. Oh, we have a total of how many people in this so far? It is. Let's see.
Like 35?
I 35 active players as of now, and we can take a look at the factions now. I will let me stream you my perspective so that you can see that.
I've got it up on my phone, so I might be a bit delayed, but should be all good.
Cool. There we go. Yeah. So you can see right here the makeup of the field. Major presence of Hasbioroid and Jinteki. Jinteki, no surprise there. It's Aoko. I mean, obviously. HB is a little bit more surprising, especially with only 3 Leo. It's all PD. I haven't been paying a ton of attention to the meta recently, so I'm excited to see what people are doing with PD. I assume it's core damage than the normal stuff.
Well, it could be interesting because we've only had one major tournament on this current ban list, really, which was the New Year's Showdown. And seventh place at that was Byram Wu playing a sort of updated and tweaked version of, I think it was Chord Gang's World List, which was a Plutus PD.
Interesting.
And he put a video, Byram put a video up on the WooTube YouTube channel, sort of doing a deep dive into the deck, RIP deep dive, breaking down sort of the mechanics and how it works. So that could have inspired some people. It's a really cool list, so hopefully we do get to see it using Plutus to sort of exploit cards like Greasing the Palm and red level clearance to sort of cheat the action economy.
Yeah, would not surprise me. I'd love to see some stuff like that. Those are the only two notable things. Everything else is 3 decks or lower. Meanwhile, on the runner side, it's Hoshiko and Sable. Who could have predicted this? It's Hoshiko and Sable. It's the two most standard things you'll find. Exactly what you would expect.
It's interesting. We saw a Sebastiao win the New Year's Showdown, but it doesn't look like there's been much of an uptake in that regard. I would think sort of 2 Sebs is maybe where you would normally expect 35 players to settle.
Yep. I mean, Seb's a very hard deck to pilot. It's very complex. It's very all over the place. It makes sense that there's not going to be many of them. All right, let's go find a game and pick one out. Do you want to anything specific you'd like to see?
Pairings are
Maybe
up.
if we can find maybe we can find an HB game that maybe we can find one of those PT decks. Maybe.
We could jump on table 11, maybe. I can go and ask.
Table 11 seems all right. Yeah, if you can check that. Make sure you check the do not stream list because we got that. Oh no, never mind. Not table 11. Table. You want to check maybe table 15? Because that one has a Sable and a Mushi, or a PD, which is the one we were interested in, but then also a Mushi, who there's not much of here. The meta's still torturing shape. Though there's actually a fair bit of shaper here. There's a fair number of lats, which is about what you expect. Could you go check if table 15 will work for us? But no, in this tournament, there's a fair bit of lat. There's 5 lats and 1 Arisana, 1 Tau. About what you expect for the Arisana and Tau, but there is 5 lats. Sad to see Mags hasn't seen a huge resurgence in the way I want it to. But yeah.
2 yeses
All right,
from our players on 15.
Let's get into table 15. Let's get right into it. Welcome to the first game of the Circuit Breaker Invitational, everybody.
Our players will be waiting for the round timer.
Yep,
It'll be interesting
we're
to
still
see.
waiting.
A round has begun.
There we go.
Excellent feature.
Wow, I haven't seen that before. That's very cool. Shout out to the devs, the devs of Genteki.net. Well done. That's a very cool new
We
feature.
love the Jev. So notably, of course, this is the first format after the banning of dolls, Matryoshka, which used to be a staple of the Muslihat decks. So we're in a bold new world.
It was very core to the decks. Most of them were running dolls. I feel very bad because I've helped a friend who was just getting into Netrunner for the first time to start playing dolls for the first time right before they got banned. A sad ban. One that I'm very sad about because I always thought dolls were not very playable, and then when suddenly dolls were good, seeing them get banned is very sad.
That's the beauty of Netrunner, really, and the glory of rotation. Some of these cards get released into a card pool where they, are sort of maligned. They're not very, not popular, not great. But suddenly, a few cards get rotated, priorities shift, and suddenly everyone's playing dolls at Worlds, and they get banned.
Yeah, that's how it works. Here's hoping we can see maybe with the new set coming out, we'll see some more fun, interesting cards. And maybe someday an AI that is both good but not broken. I believe it'll happen someday to Netrunner. Won't be dolls, though.
Yeah, that's Almakua forever in our hearts.
All right.
Ooh, the Tremolo reveal.
Tremolo is interesting. Never really seen it work. Implies a cybernetics deck, which is not always the most powerful thing, but could potentially be useful if you can get those cybernetics down. Early Carpe Diem right into a Scatterfield. Scatterfield is rough to see early, especially because you get to install a card from HQ, going to put down an ice, but you do still get the money. The important thing about Carpe Diem is, unlike a lot of cards, it gives you the money when you play it. You don't have to sit and you don't have to get into the server. You don't have to do that. So it's very safe to just make a random run with it. Immediately getting down a Wake Implant. That's very fast.
And the Wake hits the Ghost Tongue. So we did see a Tremolo Sable go up after New Year's Showdown from former APAC Continental winner Santa, which was on a single Ghost Tongue, making that Tremolo work. So probably not the ideal card to lose to the Wake, but
getting into HQ twice to charge up that Wake Implant because you know that the Corp cannot res anything because the Corp is only on 2 credits right now. It is rough to see that Ghost Tongue hit the bin, especially because I will attempt to turn that on later, Edward, but yes, it is difficult to set it bin because, as you said, there's probably only one in the deck, and you really need 2 to make Tremolo start being worth running over other breakers. Wait. Red level clearance to get money. Greasing the palm. Just a easy money turn.
Wake down, the deck probably still has a Zenith chip. Here comes Deg first.
Deg. Okay.
I don't think that was in the Sable, so
yeah. I have seen Deg be worthwhile in one deck ever. Cohort implies the Plutus that you suggested, I think, because Cohort, I'm not sure if it was in the deck, but it's going to be putting stuff in your bin, which you're going to be able to play with Plutus. So it definitely seems to imply that.
Yeah, Wage Workers, red level clearance, greasing the palm, fully operational, and Cohort sounds like the Plutus PD to a T. Very exciting. Very cool deck. The Deg first Netcat, coming down before any agendas have entered the game, is always going to be at its best in these situations.
It can technically charge up the Wake Implant, which is potentially worth it. Bioband's going to choose to draw 2 cards, and I assume install a card. Usually the choices that get made there. Installing a card from the grip, paying 1 less. Not the best thing in the world because you're just running on archives, but it's potentially useful. does
is down.
show everything in there. Tremolo is now down. Now, Tremolo is a barrier breaker. Unfortunately, Scatterfield is a code gate, so it cannot get you through there. And while I assume you really want to start seeing stuff with that Wake Implant, it's not going to help you. Nico Campaign going to start making the Corp their money back.
Basically, had sitting on 2 credits, probably really looking for a way to get past the ice on HQ and land a transfer.
Yep, or potentially a Carpe Diem would also help you get the money back. A lot of it's going to depend on what exactly you have in... what exactly the ice on HQ is. If it's a barrier, this is not the worst spot to be. If it's something else, this could be a very bad time.
Transfer is quite funny in this matchup because this is a greasing the palm deck that has 3/2s in it. So you can't really float the tag all the time. There will be times where you don't mind, but you will have to be cognizant that despite this being a purple deck that doesn't play kill cards, it does have genuinely, potentially backbreaking tag punishment in it.
All right, getting a clean getaway, just running the clean getaway on Archives just to make that money. Saw the clean getaway from the stack, so that's your free Mushi draw every turn. And as you noted about Greasing the Palms, Greasing the Palms is just a good card, especially if you're playing with Plutus, because Plutus can play it for free from Archives, which can potentially just score out an agenda instantly. However, more importantly, Greasing the Palm, or not more importantly, but as an added bonus, if you do catch the runner with a tag, you can get them. You can get an advancement right there. You can just score a 3/2, no problem. We'll see if that ever becomes relevant.
It's a deck of fantastic little synergies. If you manage to Plutus a Greasing the Palm and have a Wage Workers, that's a 4/2 scored from HQ, which normally in the game, if you want to score a 4/2 from HQ, you're investing a lot more resources and putting yourself at a big deficit, whereas the Greasing makes that not even credit negative if you have the Plutus.
All right, and just going for the oh, and it hits another Scatterfield. Oh, that hurts. Just decided to go for it on HQ. I can only imagine couldn't find another breaker and just wanted to get those transfers or those Wake Implant triggers just as quickly as possible. But hitting another Scatterfield is going to mean another card gets installed. Not going to install anything. Interesting. Unless we're still waiting to see what gets installed, not going to install anything at all. That implies to me either that there is nothing in hand to install, or that there is a Plutus on the field that is about to get rezzed. We didn't see the Plutus get rezzed, so yeah, I guess there was nothing in hand that's worth installing. Which is
it could just be that the installables in HQ are all agendas. Given there was 1 click left, you can't just stick it on the table like if it was the last click run.
See, I would have just
taken case scenario.
I would have just taken that gamble.
Put it down, no fear. No fear. I like it.
I love those gambles.
So now setting up a 4th fully operational server, truly a maintenance access.
Interesting. Okay, maintenance
access. We will
access.
be getting into HQ one way or another.
I presume. Oh, it's going to go back into HQ to get that 3rd counter on the Wake Implant. Interesting. It does something, but it's spending 2 clicks for 1 counter, which is not the most useful thing in the world. It definitely gets it for you, but 1 more card from R&D is not the most valuable thing. Running Archives. Just seeing fully operational in Archives. I assume worried about the cohort guidance program potentially advancing something, which I'm not sure that's the thing you necessarily have to be worried about here, but we'll see. And there's the Plutus. Triple discard of another cohort, a red level clearance, and a wage workers. So this could score something out right here. Losing the wage workers is rough because you really would love to have that with the Plutus on the field. But yeah, playing red level clearance, drawing 2 cards, and gaining a click. So you're now at 4 clicks. If you have a 3/2 in hand, you can score it out here. That's the value of Plutus because Plutus says... oh, and there was already wage workers on the field. So that's going to score out a 4/2. Wow. That's exactly what this deck wants to do. Yeah, exactly what you want to do. You want to have I said it was annoying to lose the wage workers, but if you already have one, you don't have to worry about that. You can get this out. You can get money. You have plenty of money. The runner doesn't really have a ton of options yet. Transfer of wealth looks terrible at this point. It's a very, very powerful position to be in.
The Degnet Cat presumably charged the wake here.
Mm-hmm.
So the runner's certainly just desperate to find a way to get past Scatterfield.
Yep.
To get back into this game. If a Dakota and a Hermes can come down, the ball can start to roll a bit more, turning off some of those fully operational servers, de-protect the Plutus and then trash it. These are sort of valuable places we need to be. Bravado into HQ. So the option for the money in the run is there.
Could also Bravado. I'd probably. Well, it's very dangerous, but I might, if I was going to play the Bravado, I'd probably Bravado into the Plutus or something, just on the chance that there's a barrier there, because you really need to get rid of that Plutus and that wage workers as best you can. Yep, there it is.
You see a white space, so as long as you can get through a white space,
it's not,
which is not the case, but
it's not safe at all. But you have to take chances. It is a barrier. It's an ablative barrier. Okay, that can be broken. It's gonna cost 2 to break, and then the Plutus is 3, so you're going to be losing all your money, but you'll get it back with Bravado. Bravado is a really, really good card. It's just an incredible card for all of this.
It's phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Letting the subroutines fire? Not sure why. It is a barrier. You do have Tremolo. Tremolo meets the strength.
Wesley Hut is operating on another level.
2. I'm not sure what exactly the plan there was, but Biobands on Archives could potentially also use Biobands to trash the Plutus there.
The runner will have some sort of plan in mind.
Oh, installing a cupellation. Gonna go cup it. Okay. All right. There we go. Yeah, that is a fair play, actually.
One of the things that is tricky about Plutus is that the value is usually face up on the table. We've chosen to host red level, perhaps missing the greasing interaction.
Yeah.
Or just not being afraid right now of a greasing score app.
Yeah, that's potentially a misplay if you didn't notice that the Corp can use that. I thought that the red level would be used to, or the cup would be used to store the Plutus, but instead using it, because cup, of course, you can put a card onto the cup and then it's removed from everywhere. The Corp can't do anything with it. But no, the Corp can still.
Face up on they face up on the table, so the runner is aware of them and will have a plan keeping them in mind. But it may be the case that plan is also the Corp's plan.
Mm-hmm.
Momentum definitely sitting with PD at this stage.
Not
fully operational for 5 gain draw decisions.
Yep. Not playing it. You can play Greasing the Palms. Yeah, you can play Greasing the Palms with Plutus. So not choosing to trigger Plutus. I assume not having anything you can, or having nothing but agendas. Not really sure what the plan is there. Transfer of wealth, which, well, very cool, doesn't really help you because you still don't have a way into HQ. It always feels like you're going to get so many draws off of Mushi, and then you remember how few draws you're getting. All right, looks like we might be... We're either going to try and clear the hand here, or we're going to try and see all the cards from R&D. My guess with the copy is a hand clear, but I'm not sure. Maintenance access, of course.
I think we can expect.
Oh, okay, drawing cards. That does imply that the hand is flooded. It could be that Nano Management... Send a message! That's 3 points! Wow. I honestly didn't expect the deck to be running 5/3s. That's a lot.
I think for agenda density reasons, but also given that you have the wage workers and all these little tricks, scoring the 5/3s is not out of the question in a deck like this. Yeah, which is an advantage. So the reprise hits the Scatterfield on R&D, so we will
Yep,
access.
and now you're immediately going to use Reprise to Waken Plant. That is exactly what you want to do with Reprise. That's why you put Reprise in the deck, because you can use it to return something, and then this could be game right here with the Waken Plant triggers. Heck, you could do it twice if you wanted to. With a Trashing Plutus, I think that probably Quark... Yep, just going to go right back into it. This could be game.
And this is the fear with these wide decks that can't
love
put
seeing
multiple
Reprise do this.
easily.
Oh. That's game! Well, okay,
deal.
yeah, that's what you do. Wow. I did not think that the Mushi could pull it off, but that is exactly what you can do. I think I didn't think it could be pulled off because last time I came close to doing this, I played a game where I spent the entire game desperate for a Hermes trigger to bounce cards back into R&D, and if I had gotten it, I would have, or back into hand, and if I had gotten it, I would have won the game, and I never got it, so I doubted the power, but no, that's exactly what you want to do there. All the triggers on the Waken Plant, and then just hit a Reprise and go in over and over again. Incredible game.
And that's when we were talking before about cards that have gained a lot of value with rotation. Reprise, close to a 0 play rate card when it first got released, but has now seen a sort of second lease on life in a lot of these mostly hard decks.
Yep,
especially in a meta with decks like Leo.
Very common, especially because it turns out putting one thing back in hand, it's not something you want to have most of the time, but when it's a free draw, it's actually a lot better than a lot of other things. All right, let's go try and find another game if we can. Anything specific that you might want to watch that's still going? Do you think you could try and find us one?
Can do. I'll double check. It was good. We did get to see the PD in action.
Yep, that was good to see. We saw exactly what it's trying to do, and it did seem like it could have threatened even faster.
Yeah, and certainly, yeah. Put up. We got to see what the deck was trying to do, and it's very easy to see how that might convert to a win in situations where you don't lose 7 points in one turn. Perhaps table 7. I can go and ask if you like the look of a couple of our underplayed IDs. Or underrepresented, rather.
Sure. If you want to go check that for me, go right ahead. I will just cut to break for just a second.
Not actually.
Okay. I'll let you choose a game while I quickly cut to a break thing. Well,
no worries.
We'll be right back in a second as soon as we get another game. And hello again. We're back with another game in progress, Table 17, which is, let's see, Lat versus Leo. So Glacier versus Slow. Well, card
Absolutely.
draw versus Glacier. Well, looks like we're headed for server 2 to try and see what's in there. Lat has a full setup right now, which is not what you ever want to see. Propeller, Echelon, Revolver, Unity can break basically anything at this point. Oh, it's just a manganese arm. Okay.
Big rig meets big service.
Yep. We just started, so we missed. Yeah, you did miss the 7-point turn in the previous game where the runner used a maintenance access to sweep HQ, found a 5/3 with a cup to see extra cards, then immediately left and used a reprise to bump the one ice off of R&D and just hit R&D for 4 more points with 7 Wake and Plant triggers. It was really great. All right, trashing everything in server 2. Lat definitely had the money for it. 7 credits, and the Fermenter's still out there with 2 counters. Lat can just have so much money if you're playing it. It's really hard to deal with. The one thing that's worrying about this Leo is that you have both MICs. So with this, the runner makes a run turn 1. You send the runner through both MICs. You have to break both of them. You crack one of them. Well, if you crack both of them, then you're basically... It's rough. You can crack one of them to kick the runner out, then send the runner back in and crack the other one after that to make them lose a click. There's options to do this that even more restrict the runner.
It's definitely turning into that grindy kind of game that both of these decks tend to thrive in.
Spin Doctor on the board. We also saw DZMZ. Not sure what the point of the DZMZ is necessarily. I guess probably for memory, since we're at a full 5 memory right now. But the runner probably isn't installing a huge number of programs since we already have 20 cards in the heap. Anything interesting in the heap? There's an Into the Depths in the heap, which you don't normally see. A couple of stone chips. We see the coalescences. No Muse, interestingly. I wonder if the deck is even on the Muse Coalescence or if it's just running Coalescence and spec work. We've got a Mercia Ballard in the server, using that to install a new ice instead of the Ablative Barrier. Only 4 credits to res, so potentially not going to be something huge, but could be useful. Well, ending turn on only 4 credits is rough, especially when the Corp has that 3 counter Fermenter and can just get all of those credits back so quickly.
Seeing the spec work, the Anakin, the engine is ticking along. Like you said, there's not that many cards left in the stack, but the value is there. Seeing a lot of the influence showing up now. There is still always the potential for an Ashen index like these. If someone wants to go all the way long, often there's not enough time in the tournament round. That's more of like a JNet special. But if you're expecting a lot of Leo, a lot of decks like RH, could be the situation.
Running on R&D with
here.
just the conduit. Now, this is only going to put 1 counter on the conduit, so you're only seeing a single here, and you're leaving whatever's in server 2 just letting it fire, probably. There is a possibility that as the Corp, after this turn, you purge, just to clear everything off the Fermenter, but you do give the runner a lot of setup if you do that. We'll see what the runner does with his last remaining click.
In Giat's position, if you were to pass the turn here with all your virus cannons, you would do so knowing that you're happy with them purging. For anyone unfamiliar with these players, these are both highly decorated players at the moment. Yep. Analyze Chris is a 2nd place at Worlds finisher, Worlds 2021. And Giat placed most recently 2nd at the Showdown Invitational at the end of last year. So these are 2 excellent players in a delightfully intricate and involved matchup. But currently with delightfully low credit totals as well. So we aren't seeing too much in the way of investment from resources.
Lots of installs there. From the humanoid resources, did not get the free operation from humanoid resources, which definitely hurts, especially with that credit count. Feels like you would really love to see a sure gamble or something, but didn't get it. Instead, just put 2 cards there. Trashing the fermenter. And now we're going to see, I presume, 2 runs onto R&D. R&D currently costs a total of Drafter is 2 credits to break with Echelon, and Boomy is 2 credits to break with Echelon. So that is a total of 4 credits to get in. So Drafter is just going to be 4 credits every time. You can trash the Boomy to potentially keep them out at some point. That is Leo's ability. As a reminder, it says, once per turn, trash 1 res Bioroid card in the route of protecting the attacked server, and the run. Every card's a border control so long as it's a Bioroid. It's very powerful. Good for big old Glacier decks.
Keeping in mind, in board states like this, that the cost of the Echelon to break a Drafter is variable because the Simul chip is live for a reinstall. So you just have to be careful. But if there's a player who can be careful,
okay, that's big. Stealing a 5/3 and getting an Ansel resed there. Okay, so Ansel is going to not only add 3 new, it's going to add at least 3 more to the cost of running R&D. It's now 7, and that's only if you can get Echelon up by 1. You have to find another breaker with the Simul chip in order to make sure that it hits 4 strength. Because currently it's only at 3 strength, and that is not good enough. Let's see what we got. Playing Sure Gamble, drawing card with Anacam. You really want to see that, because otherwise, because Echelon costs, as a reminder, 3 credits to increase the strength of. So if you can't have it at 4 strength to get past that Ansel, you're in a lot of trouble. And you really want to keep hammering on R&D right now, potentially, because right now R&D is your... getting that Conduit into R&D is your potential win condition. Conduit can see next turn 3-4 cards. If you got another Icebreaker down for cheap here, and another ice doesn't go up on R&D, next turn you could be seeing 7 potential cards from R&D, which is a good way to win the game, potentially.
Yeah, with time in the round being a concern potentially as well, you have to be cognizant of the fact that Chris didn't choose to res the Ansel. Certainly whatever's in the remote is going to be an investment of credits. And if that's a score, then you'll be down 6-3 and need to find those agendas and win the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. And that is a propeller right there, so that's just going to be your 4th thing. Almost certainly not playing that for the actual propeller value. Probably doesn't care about barriers. We don't see a single barrier even on the field. A seamless launch twice. All right, so something's about to get scored out. It's another send a message, resing another Boomy. Okay. All right, so the ball is in Xiat's court. He needs to score something here just to keep it at 6 points and at minimum potentially get the tie. Ooh, okay. Free ice on R&D. Now, there's not much that could be rezzed aside from an ablative barrier. Ablative barrier would be pretty incredible, though, because it would let you just put something down like a humanoid resources or something, or at least get something down. You wouldn't be able to res it immediately, but potentially in the future you could. And it just costs more money. It's just another way of taxing the runner just a little bit more, which is what you really need to do when you're up against a Conduit with 2 triggers. It's going to be at 3 at the end of this turn.
Exactly. Gia isn't exactly broke, but suddenly you get to the bottom of this server and Leo can trash that Mercia to win the run like a border control, and suddenly the cost of getting through here has gotten quite a bit steeper than it was before.
Yep. So that's going to be probably 14 credits just to get in once on R&D, and that's to see 3 cards. Is that worth it? I mean, you're getting the Mercia trashed, but that is all of your money for just those runs. It could potentially be worth it, however. We do see the Fermenter there, so that is going to keep you going. that is going to make sure you have enough money later. All right. So we're seeing a sure gamble to get more money and then going in with a conduit. I assume we will see the Mercia get trashed here just to make as few runs this turn as possible. Because every conduit run, you see more cards. And every conduit run is more awful for that reason. All right.
And it's, in a position like Giat's, it's important to remember that Leo's resources aren't infinite in this regard. The Mercia is now gone.
Right now, Leo's resources are very bad. There's only 2 credits. And that is the one big advantage you have. Leo is going to have to find a way to get all of his money back in order to do this. Okay, seeing a card. That's another score. That brings the score up to tied. All right. Ooh, that pushes the ball back into Analyze Chris's court because Analyze Chris now needs to find a way to score out a 5-3 or something like it. Decks like this, there is almost certainly a 3-2 in the deck because it's a 45 card deck. It's not PD, so there's something in there that could be scored out. But there probably isn't an easy way to score it. There probably isn't a fast advance, if I had to guess. And if there is, it would probably be Nano Management, and Nano Management costs 7 credits to do. And Analyze Chris currently has 2 credits. Hitting HQ, seeing a humanoid resources. Paying to trash it only costs 1. Feels pretty good. Otherwise, it could have gotten put in server 2, and we could have seen it do a bunch of stuff next turn. All right. This is not the worst place to be for Giat because you can heal. Next turn, you can crack the fermenter, make another conduit run, and there's the purge. Yep. I was wondering whether that would happen with the 3 counters on the conduit.
And in this position, the purge isn't the end of the world potentially if you're Chris, because, like you said, the momentum here is with Giat. Potentially, because sneaking out 1 more point isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do. These Leo decks aren't usually built to fast advance the last 2 points. It tends to not be super on plan. So one might expect that if this goes to time at 6-6, that's not the worst outcome for Chris. But Chris has a lot of fight, for sure. So
yeah,
definitely we'll be looking for those
definitely
lines
a lot of ways out, and
the last point.
You've bought yourself a couple of turns, most likely. It's gonna at least slow everything down. You can potentially just, if you can find a way out, now you have an opportunity to actually play it instead of potentially losing on the very next turn.
All 3 seamlesses are accounted for in archives.
Wow. Okay. All 3 seamlesses, and there is no spin doctor. No spin doctor on the field. All of them have been removed from the game.
Every install, giving the res.
Yep.
For a second,
res the Tranquility Grid to get the free money there, because Analyze Chris really needs the money here.
So having all your seamlesses accounted for means that the threat of a single unadvanced unres card is not as great as it might otherwise be.
But there is one thing in the deck that will kill you there. Almost certainly this deck is running a 3-2. It's almost certainly running whatever that HB 3-2. Yes. Liminal Research. Is that that's the one that gives you 3 clicks, right?
Liminal Transubstantiation.
Yeah, Liminal Transubstantiation. My mind shorted out. It's almost certainly running that just because it's so good. It looks like Jet is going to go for it. Is going to try and get in here. It seems. It costs, let's see. So it would cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6 to get into this server. Then this gets trashed, so you're gonna have to pay 8. So you're gonna have to pay 10 to get in once, and then the second time in you're gonna have to play 8. So that's 18. I don't know how you can hit that because you do have to do it twice. Like that is potentially too many credits to actually get in.
Yeah, it's tricky. It doesn't cost Analyze Chris credit resources to do what Chris wants to do if you run the remote.
Yeah, you run through all of the cards. Oh,
Here comes the cup.
playing cup. Okay, finding a drafter. Are we gonna sweep HQ instead? Potentially?
It's possible that Chris felt the remote wasn't safe enough to hold the agendas, and the fact that HQ had no ice on it meant that Jia wouldn't look. But it is not the case.
Sweeping it. Oh no, and there it is! That was the thing!
It was the
one
remote.
chance! I said there was one possibility of a card that could kill you there, and there it is. Oh, that hurts to see, but well done to both players. You saw your out, and you took it. Oh, well done. All right, well, we're going to go on a quick 5-minute break before the next round. We'll be back in just a second, and we will see you then. Be right back with the next round of Netrunner.
See you soon. 2 thumbs up on table 8.
Hello and welcome back. We're heading into table 8 to see a less represented faction this tournament, and one of my favorites. I didn't used to love them, but now I do. Big fan of Wayland. I've grown to be a big Wayland fan. Well, so
This player is a Australian's wiki enthusiast. Played at Continentals last year. Is a big fan.
Gotta respect that. Yep. So we'll be seeing what they can do with Zwicky Group, which is gain credits. Whenever you gain credits through an ability on an agenda or an operation, draw 1 card. So hopefully we'll be seeing a lot of card draw. The identity's kind of built to work with Plutus. We'll see if we actually see Plutus. Some decks don't even run it. There's a lot of possible things you can do here. We'll see how this goes. All right,
Currently not coming down. The Sable engine is underway.
Starting off with a Carpe Diem into a Sandstone. Not the card you most want to res at the very beginning of the game, because the runner can just start immediately hitting it, but it does keep them out. It is a solid way to keep a runner out. It works.
Yeah, the Corp deciding it's worth it early to commit these resources.
Yeah.
Going down 3 points at the start of the game off Basalt Steel when there's nothing you really even want to get back. If this is a Basalt deck, could be a good way to put yourself down, but like you say, not especially excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
Extract for just operation value, no ob tricks here.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see the petty cash pop, which potentially lends credence to your Plutus theory.
Yep. Seeing it as keeping it in the bin, Plutus, petty cash is best used for. It's best used to. It obviously can make a lot of money. It's great in anything that's playing cards, such as Plutus, such as a Zwicky Group that you want to play operations. However, the big thing with it is that if you have Plutus on the field, you can use it to get an extra click. All right, next one, we're also seeing a Maskarovka. All right, so Sable really wants to see a barrier breaker here. Not sure what sort of barrier breaker this deck is running. We'll find out.
Not something like an Afshar in HQ, which might be the worst case. But Maskarovka, definitely you're more excited to res in the face of a Sable run event than you were the Sandstone.
It gets you your money back and you're not losing value for the rest of the game. Okay, so gonna boomerang through it and then transfer. Rough transfer here, because that's the Corp losing 3 credits out of a total 6, and the runner going up quite a bit. You can clear that tag pretty easily.
Accessing Armed Asset Protection, which is one of the less played transactions in the card pool.
You say that, but as a Duvum player, I've played it a bajillion times. I love Nuvum. I'm a big Nuvum fan. Let's see. Clean getaway on archives. Choosing not to clear the tag. Okay, interesting. I mean, I assume you're saying that the Corp only has 3 credits. Nothing that the Corp can do here. But I mean, like, extract, trashing Sandstone. Here, you could just Mindscaping and then end of the line for the win. You never know. Corp might be playing that.
It would be one of the most deserved wins Netrunner's ever seen.
Absolutely. Putting down a new piece of ice and a new thing. Not going to do anything with the tag, letting it float. Not going to get rid of the Class Act or the Nuka. Could potentially have been worth it to spend 2 credits to clear the Nuka, just to prevent the runner from getting that extra card draw, but with only 1 counter on it, probably not worth it. All right,
yeah, and these wiki decks, like you say, having just the draw built into operations puts it in a very tempo-y kind of match. And the Corp player will be evaluating decisions like that. Do I lose more tempo than I gain if I spend a click and 2 credits to trash the Nuka? Probably.
Yeah.
Here comes the Chesva pinhole threading trick. So we are going to see it is the Plutus, and it is out of here.
Ooh, that's rough to see. As a reminder, pinhole threading lets you access a card in a different server to go and try and deal with it, potentially by trashing it like this. And Chesva lets you spend money when you're on a central server. However, the pinhole threading, you're technically on a central server, so it counts for that. Very, very good play there. All right.
court player is drowning in money, which these decks do tend to do if they don't get the opportunity to spend it.
15 credits, nothing to use it on.
Yes, the runner won't be too upset by the current state of the board, I suspect.
A little bit surprised that we didn't see the class act get trashed with that much money, but maybe there's something I don't know. Maybe this is big deal Plutus. Maybe this is big deal Zwicky. Who knows?
I'm sure the runner wouldn't mind. Netrunner is winning. Zeroth Maxima in the chat asking who's winning.
I
as
don't
always,
think either
the
player.
Asia Pacific region.
Yeah. Right now, technically, no one is winning because both players are on 0 points. But I would say that in the current situation, the runner has a slight advantage just because the runner has more options on the field, more card draw. But overall, yeah, too close to say. We have to see some actual points get scored.
Very reasonable to say that the runner is currently enacting their game plan, whereas so far the momentum is not really with our court player. But credit totals are healthy, and sometimes that can, like we've seen in previous games, being the underdog doesn't necessarily mean you're out of it.
Still floating the tag, just completely ignoring it here.
Our head judge claims to be winning, which, as we all know, is always the case.
Mm-hmm.
Never go against your head judge. Here's the nano management. We're going to force a play to
We might just see an instant score here. Ooh, that's 3. Yeah, and that is a score as an Azef. Okay, so something has to be trashed. Trashing the ice to deal damage and getting rid of a Hermes. Oh, that feels good. Hermes and Wake Implant. Both of those are really fantastic hits here. If the Hermes had been down, runner could have gotten rid of the ice on R&D, but instead, because the Hermes was still in hand, got to blow it up, get rid of it. Now, obviously, the runner's going to have another Hermes in the deck, but now you actually have to find it, which is difficult. And now we know who's winning.
How we go now.
Congratulations to Xerxes. You are now winning. Congratulations.
Officially.
Yep.
And yeah, if you're the runner in this position, you have lost your Hermes. The runner has scored 2 points, but they have invested considerable resources to do it, so you're probably not super cut up about it.
Yeah.
Which is a good position for those fans of, deep gameplay.
Runner's still definitely looking for more tools to use here. Needs a full breaker suite. We still haven't seen a barrier breaker, so the runner cannot get into HQ yet. And given that Wake Implant that we saw, probably the plan is to get into HQ via that. Although we don't know what else might be in here. Chesva usually works well with twinning. Wake Implant, though, implies that. Now, that's the second Cybernetics we've seen, so I assume this deck might be also doing another Cybernetics thing, just like the last one. That this might be the Cybernetics Sable you mentioned.
So this is the player who published the Cybernetics Sable.
Oh,
the
well, cool.
Deck.
That's awesome.
So quite likely to be a variation of the list that they played at the New Year's Showdown.
Okay.
Which is very cool. This is a foreshadowing of sometimes obvious moment where we talked about this in round 1.
Yeah. Scoring out a green mail, just a little bit of money. It's no hostile takeover, but it'll help you a little bit, especially if your plan is to put another Plutus on the board. Does cause the runner have to worry a little bit about a Biowak, maybe. Not sure what exactly this corp is going to be doing. All right. Seeing Fly Swatter in Archives. Probably not a useful card here. Doubt the runner is running any sort of viruses. Although it is funny to see Fly Swatter plus Sandstone, because you can purge the viruses off of Sandstone with the Fly Swatter, which is a funny combo. Sad we didn't get to see it here.
Very true.
Runner is just drawing up.
Wishing I had that Hermes for
Playing
sure.
a memory
It becomes a memory diamond.
Interesting.
From a deck building perspective, two core damage is a bit much to take.
Yep.
If you install both the Ghost Tongue and a Zenit chip. So the T4 memory damage to keep you alive from a single end of the line, if that is of interest.
Yeah, this deck has been floating the tag for quite a while. It is endlessly getting more stressful. Every moment the tag stays up, I end up a little bit more stressed out by it. All right, 2 installs.
Given our court player is something of a Zuki enthusiast and tends to play quite a similar list, it's possible that the runner player is familiar with what they're usually on and is playing accordingly.
Yeah, could be that the runner just
But
knows exactly
you never
what's
know when
happening.
someone changes it up a bit, you know? You never know.
There's another barrier. Runner still has not seen that tremolo, and we haven't seen it in the bin either. It's just out there somewhere. It's somewhere in the deck. It's in the bottom 17 cards.
The list that was played previously, I think, had 2 tremolo.
There's another pinhole. I'm guessing we're gonna see trash another Plutus. Nope, it's gonna be a Spin Doctor this time, so we'll see that Spin Doctor shuffle something back in. That's good to see. That's because you've wasted the runner's newest. You wasted another pinhole, and you know that you don't have to worry about it hitting another Plutus in the future. The runner might be on 3 pinholes. Sometimes people are, but if so, like, you've already gotten rid of 2. And those are one of the main things that can really ruin your day, so to speak.
Comes a leech.
Leech is good with Buzzsaw. It's good with Tremolo. It's just a solid card. But we still have not seen another breaker. Like, you still need that 3rd breaker.
It'll be interesting to see if there's a real momentum shift once we do see that breaker come down. Because the combination of Sable and Zet chip giving you like a DreamNet-like free draw per turn. Once those central servers are all air quotes unlocked, the machine is fully in motion, and 3 points is not a huge deficit to recover from.
Yeah. Playing petty cash here just to play the card, get the money, get the card draw. It's just a good card. Not going to get to Plutus with it, but it's going to happen. We don't know if there's another 8. We don't know if there's another. Oh, sorry. We don't know if there's another petty cash in archives. There's one face down card. This could be Plutus petty cash for another thing, but no idea what the face down card is for now. Gimme card, still looking for that icebreaker. Still digging. 14 cards left in the stack. How many of them are Tremolo?
Potentially one more Nuka to draw into as well, on top of the Zenit chip and just click drawing plans.
See where this goes.
That plays deep in the tank.
Yep. Runner cannot do anything right now, potentially. If the ice on archives is a barrier, which, who knows, you're locked out of all 3 central servers, which is the worst possible place to be if you are playing as... Sable.
Yeah, I thought we had an As McCaffrey for a second. Not the worst position if you're the runner, given you have both of your non-barrier breakers, and the face checks on in-faction barriers are not especially scary. Your worst case is giving them some rebate value off something like a Maskarovka. Potentially, if it's, you know, something a bit chunkier, it's still not too bad. Things like Treeline, Pharos, they're not the worst cards to run face first into.
Yep. Choosing to run on server 3. Lots of money to break anything that isn't a barrier. And most barriers are not the most dangerous thing.
They are announcing a BOAC ahead of time.
Oh. There we go. So BOAC is going to be... That is going to be 4, 5, 6, 7 credits to get through, which is rough. It's doable. Carmen definitely can take care of that, but that is 7 credits. That's a lot. And what we see in here, I assume there's going to be another Plutus. No, it's off the books. Okay, that's another point. You've cost the runner 7 credits, but is now tied at 2 points. Also, that didn't get you a leech counter, that didn't get you anything at all running there. But I assume that is what Xerxes was thinking, was just, I can bluff this out. The runner will not think it's important and not go for it.
Ooh, here comes a boomerang.
Followed by a transfer of wealth.
Not in the previous version. Boomerang transfer, last click.
I mean, you're now on 2 tags, so if this deck was on end of the line, you're just dead. Which is a choice. And finding a slash and burn. Wow. Okay, that's another 2 points.
Sometimes in Netrunner, you look your opponent in the eye and say, I know you don't have it. End of the lines in his wiki, not common, but if these players aren't familiar with one another, you need to commit in situations like that. And we have commitment here. Floating 2 tags. Kill me, you won't.
Yeah. Alright, putting down a Spin Doctor. Still looking for options, it seems. Potentially going to shuffle some things back in. We've seen a lot of cards go into archives. Useful for getting the Spin Doctor that's in archives back out. Something you usually want to do if you lose a Spin Doctor is just get it back with another Spin Doctor. See where this goes.
Also the nano management that's hanging out there.
Mm-hmm.
Only 15 cards left in the stack, and we have been filtering with Class Act more or less the whole time. So our runner player will have an idea of what a number of the cards on the bottom are, meaning if you're the corp in this position, you probably can't trust the lack of tremolo to try and score behind a barrier or something like that.
Yeah, and also we know those boomerangs are in the deck. We know they're here. Oh, but there it is. There's the tremolo.
True.
Immediately tremolo immediately followed by the Carpe Diem. Not what you want to see.
Yeah, Class Act stacking, not a thing after you shuffle with boomerang, but we have found a tremolo anyway.
Yeah. Getting into HQ.
The runner is in the driver's seat.
Finding measured response. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. That is a kill right there. It's a kill that you can trash, which feels very good, but now you know what is on the table. You know what you are in danger of. Now, if you trash this, you are technically safe, because the Corp would have to play 3 measured responses to kill you, and that's not doable. Well, unless there's also end of the line, but I can't imagine there's also an end of the line. That would be some truly next level predictions that I would love to see, but I highly doubt I will.
Yeah, a common thread of all of these Wayland decks since the printing of measured response has been having it as the, okay, well, if you get through all my ice and steal all my agendas, you better stay above 8 credits option. But that is a lot scarier if you manage to score a Basalt.
Yep. Basalt makes that work, and we haven't seen a Basalt anywhere yet. Give me cards. Would love to see a Basalt, because that would instantly win the game.
Right. And it is possible in a deck that's full of slash and burns and nano managements that it is just playing no 5/3s. It's in on the high agenda density.
Yeah.
The agenda density is already kind of high because we have green mail. But these will be the things that the runner's thinking about when they look at the trash button on measure response, going, yeah, get it out of here.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. So waiting to see what...
On Fearless Chatter admitting to playing 3 measured 2 end of the lines wiki.
That's Milanovi, who might be commentating later. Yeah. We'll see.
I hope you absolutely got some people with it.
I very much hope you've gotten people with it. Netrunner is one of the all-time best games for getting people with it.
Yeah, sometimes you sweep HQ against Zwicky and hit a bite. Like, oh my god.
It feels good. I'm so glad Bite exists, and you can continue to just hit people with it. All right. Long pause here from Gimme Cards. Playing the Hermes, playing the Ghost Tongues. Now we have 2 things down. Tremolo no longer feels awful to play. It is now break 2 to pair your subroutines for 1. With the leech counter, that means you can get into these servers for 1 credit total. However, you do need to worry about that measured response. On the plus side, the measured response can't hit you this turn because you didn't run it all. On the downside, this does give Xerxes 1 turn to just figure things out. Another green mail. Okay. That's 2 2-1s, which is rough. Very high
spin on the
agenda
board,
density.
so very reasonable to have stashed some cheeky agendas to be shuffled away later. But the runner is also perfectly capable of making low-cost runs with this Chesva.
Yeah. With the Chesva, the Tremolo, and all of the other tools on the board, and no huge ice out except for that Biawak, the runner can definitely start hitting things for very cheap. You just have to be aware that 2 cards in the corp hand could be measured response, and in that scenario, you lose. Technically, you could see 3 measured response if the corp manages to get extremely lucky and shuffles it back in with the spin doctor and then draws it immediately. I have seen that happen before. It's very sad. All right. Drawing?
We'll have to, we'll see. Sometimes in these lists, you do have to be careful of stuff you weren't expecting. Like, obviously, if the runner player passes on 4 cards, double end of the line. If they're passing 4 cards and can afford to pay for 1, double measured response doesn't get them. But if the court player is playing like Angelique, threat is on, you can just click Angelique and just kill them. But other times you need to have that thought and then say, no, I'm not playing around Angelique. That would be unnecessarily hamstringing myself for a card that's probably not getting played.
It's extremely.
And if they have it, you just shake their hand and go, damn.
It's extremely important that you do that, and then that you lose because you did that and you failed to realize, oh my gosh, how did I completely fail to realize what they would have? All right, playing a transfer of wealth, presumably trying to bring the corp down enough on credits that you can survive a measured response, or bring yourself up enough on credits.
Yeah, the runner will have enough to pay for one here, so they'll be sitting pretty with 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, and, so 6 credits, that lets you pay for 1, that lets you survive 1 by the things. You're going to have to be hit by 3, and there's a very little chance that the corp can hit you for 3. Creative Commission, yeah, at 14 credits, you're pretty safe. And the corp on 7, you're safe.
Yeah.
I forgot that the corp also has to pay for them. I forgot that measured response isn't just a magical card that you just play and then things happen.
Like a late era FFG card. Yeah, the corp has to sit on their spin doctor here because it is presumably protecting points that were not safe, but the spin has been popped. So we'll see how aggressively it's popped. Does it shuffle face down?
Will we see it shuffle the measured response?
It's popped back. The measured is back. 1 petty cash does not give you enough extra credits to triple measured.
Yep. You do not have the ability to do that, but it would be awesome if you could. Armed asset protection, getting you even more money, drawing you cards. You could potentially measure response twice just to clear the runner's hand completely, but I don't think that's worth it. Installing a card. And then another card on HQ. I assume...
Operation, get my Plutus back.
I assume that this is just sitting there threatening the runner so that you can later measure response, making sure the runner can't get into HQ. But it could also be that there's a bunch of agendas in HQ. Runner has a great setup here. That Hermes is always threatening. If you score something, immediately you're going to have to deal with the Hermes. Ghost Tongue is money. Zenit Chip is cards. All of the cards that are currently out are good. Just a really good setup.
Yeah, our court player is taking back foot lines for sure. The runner is full rig, is ahead on points, is ahead on cash. It's certainly all coming up Sable for the time being. But like we said in previous rounds, we've seen corps get far ahead, and then we've seen runners get far ahead, and then the tables get turned.
Yeah, we saw one round where
We'll see
a
what.
criminal won in one turn, so we'll see what happens. Bravado on R&D. You can win it off. You can always win off singles. It's always an option.
Absolutely.
One cyber until we have Tremolo Exodia. Yep. We
Win off
see one more
singles like the good old
cybernetics.
days.
We do get to see the Tremolo Exodia, where you have all 3 cybernetics out, and Tremolo is now free to break things. It does feel very good, although it's usually pointless.
Been popped to presumably not shuffle agendas in unless our court player just wants it to be over.
Losing an off the books.
is the top.
Okay, that puts the runner at 6 points. Whew. That's a hard thing to come back from, especially losing the ice on HQ. Runner also now has 19 credits, which is a lot of money. Potentially,
that was the second time the corp had put that ice on HQ as well.
Yeah.
Very back-footed.
Going to immediately run archives. I'm trying to think if there's anything this could be that's a run archives R&D and HQ. I can't think of anything. It is a fly swatter, which does not do much here.
Spin was on the table and then got used on the R&D shuffle. So this could just be covering that option of, well, if the spin was protecting an agenda, I'll just go grab that.
Yep. Seeing a Beowalk, a Logjam, and a Winchester in archives, which hurts because those are all very good ice to have on the board.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely would have loved to see those down, keeping the runner a little bit more out. Because right now the runner really feels like they have complete control over the board.
Yeah, we've sort of ended up in sort of the inverse position of where Whale and Fast Advance decks typically want to be, where we have mediocre ice on HQ and R&D. Our best ice on the table is on our empty remote, and we haven't been able to build any kind of servers because of the Hermes bounces. It's really not where you want to be, but we have gotten to turn 13 through a series of many events.
Let's see if the corp can pull something off. Runner just gets money. Or no, corp is playing petty cash here.
Paying one ice to put one credit to put an ice on HQ for the 3rd time this game.
And 1 credit to put an ice on R&D. Slow turn, not what you want to see. This has been very rough.
Certainly. And with the runner on full rig and 24 credits, it's difficult to envision a path out at this point.
The one thing that you have here that is a bonus is, I was about to say the runner currently doesn't have any multi-access, so they're only seeing singles, but not true anymore. Wake Implant will get you in. That will potentially win the runner of the game. We'll see where this goes.
We haven't seen much influence out of our corp player, so maybe they multi-access R&D and hit 2 snares. Bites, rather. You know, like never say never. But
would love to see it. I love to see people hit a bite.
Shout outs to the lovely participation bites from Edinburgh Worlds.
Yep.
It sort of just puts that extra little bit of salt in the fresh wound of unexpectedly losing to an out-of-faction bite. Here comes the HQ run. Was always going to happen. It is Afshar, so that is something that taxes 3 chairs for, but with 23 spare credits in the credit pool,
ignore that.
The runner will take that deal all day.
Well, clicked the wrong button. Afshar is better than most things. It's livable. No. Chose to break the wrong side. I've done that many times with Afshar. Just accidentally clicking on breaking the wrong sub of the 2. And unfortunately, this is an important game, so you can't just do what I would normally do in a game and just go, hey, I'll live with it. I need to get used to mistakes. All right.
Yeah. Jane, having a delightfully interactive interface and letting players roll some of these obvious things back that wouldn't happen over the table, where you communicate more accurately with your opponent.
Yeah. Something you have to do when this is the only way you can possibly do it. All right. Getting through both ice, not paying too much, going to get in, can potentially... Oh, and that's game.
It's above the law.
Never mind. I was about to talk about the options
game.
here, but that's just game. All right. Well, before we continue, need to check one quick thing.
How are we doing for time in the round?
Time in the round? I'm not sure. How much time do we have left in the round? I can't imagine much. Because that was a longer game. Looks like we have 10 minutes. All right, so we'll go to break for the next 10 minutes. And when we come back, we will have round 3, potentially with a slightly different commentary team. Don't go away. We also have one special thing that I'll be talking about in round 3. Just wait for them. There is a survey for the standard format that you are invited to fill out if you care about standard. I'll be posting it in around round 3, just so I get my hands on it. But until then, we will see you in just a minute. Well,
enjoy.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
I think we're good to go live whenever.
Alrighty. Welcome back, everyone, for another round of our APAC Pod of the 2026 Circuit Breaker Invitational. We've had a slight change up in the commentary team. I'm now joined by. Introduce yourself.
Hi, Freddie. I'm Laura. Excited to do some
We've got
commentary.
a. Go ahead.
I'm looking forward to this game between Hoshiko and Alco. We haven't seen these two factions yet today, but they're definitely been pretty defining of the meta so far.
Yeah, it should be a the hits or the bangers from 2025, fresh in the new year in 2026. For anyone unfamiliar, Hard Job is a prolific Australian netrunner player from way back, who was tearing up the Sydney scene last year, doing very well.
Oh, that's awesome. One
And
thing
I
I love about the
believe,
APAC Pod.
so good.
One thing I love about the APAC Pod is people playing from kind of across the Pacific. Players from Australia playing against people in the Pacific Americas, which I think Faceless is from, or from the general area.
Yeah, the quirk of the time zones tends to be each of these pods will suit one region very well, one region pretty okay, and one region not at all. And so for this one, we have a decent contingent from North America, the Night Owls probably.
Now, one thing that sticks out to me already while Arthur was deciding about or while Face was deciding about his mulligan, is this Hoshiko is on 47 cards. So there's a little bit of bloat, which sometimes Hoshiko just does because you're milling through your deck so fast with cards like Gachapon or cards like The Price, or maybe even a Spicy Bling like we saw at the World's deck. So I'm really curious. Do you think we'll see any surprises in these decks, or is it going to be relatively standard Alco Hoshiko with companions?
It could be. Like we were saying before, the only real big tournament we've had in this current card pool was the New Year Showdown, and second place at that was the World Sashiko again. So the sort of gourmand bling install heavy Hashiko that we saw take down Worlds. So it could easily be the case. But that being said, in the top 8 of that tournament, we also had a very, well, I say very reg. It was a Barram Wu deck, so it was anything but very reg. It had a lot of cards and red team in it. But the plan was reg.
Yeah.
So certainly could go either way. You wouldn't see Hashiko and be sure what you're against just yet. And the fact it's got 2 extra cards in it, there's nothing Hashiko players are worse at than cutting down to 45.
Okay, so the Corporation Open decided to keep both players kept, so it should hopefully be a good game. Starting with a Spin Doctor and a Hansei, maybe pitching an agenda, which is a good way to get your first Alco counter. And then a naked asset, which could be Cohort, but Moonpool, Bladderwort, all of your favorites. The Bladderwort wouldn't do the damage on this board state.
Absolutely. And our job, not necessarily known for playing Alco, but known for playing good decks, so not a surprise to see it. Played a decent amount of Prav early in the last format, so definitely a fan of playing decks that people, or that he feels people are not good at playing against.
Okay, we see a Gourmand coming down. It's going to be great to get some of those more expensive trash costs. Looks like there may have been an unfortunate misclick clicking on draw instead of run. I'm not sure if how we're gonna want to resolve this.
Well, yeah, the joys of being commentators. We just get to watch and see how the players resolve this. New
Yeah, it's a little
information
bit
has been
unfortunate.
gained, so
Whoa,
it
we
would
see a
be a difficult
transfer.
take back to ask for. Yeah, the raw transfer. The court player, of course, can't res 10 credits worth of assets.
Yes, that would be
So you will
surprising.
get your
Oh, it's
money.
still measured.
Huge thing to see.
Yes, more of
Finding
an
out what
increase in
version
threat.
your opponent is on is so big in these Alco decks.
Because each type of outcode, depending on what their win con is, can really call for different kinds of interactions. Some boards you really have to contest actively, but this board, so just need to sit back and a little bit be more careful. It also tells you that if they're spending, at least 3 influence on measured, it's a naked agenda. It's a Regenesis! And just a naked Regenesis. It was none of the assets that I listed. But a bold play, technically a safe play too, with a Spin Doctor in case I switch checked archives. But
Welcome
wow,
to
that's a
APAC
really ballsy
Faceless.
way. And you know how measured, it's only turned on threat 4. Seems like it's gonna be a long ways away. Nope, turn 2, we're on threat 4.
Absolutely. So yeah, seeing the measured
But a
huge,
bolt like that,
it
you can
tells
get
you
safe.
so
Like
much
he has
about
a spin doctor. He's
answering
gonna work
questions
out.
like, well, should I keep my tag or not in this matchup? But yeah, suddenly the game clock has been considerably accelerated.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, with the influence, you can maybe safely float the tag because the influence is not being spent on Oppo and end of the line. But it's gonna be an uphill battle from here. Looks like Face's saying that he considered running to check, but
Yeah, unfortunate there. Of course, not to minimize. Navigating the UI accurately every time is a player skill that's worth developing.
it's like we're
Drawing off
seeing
the
a hand
gourmand on
button
the
for
track here.
blocking that. Oh, and a second transfer. Wow, so this Alco might just be in the pits for a little bit for the near future. The Bladder is going to help bounce back from that. Seeing a fight. Do you trash that on the sports state? You'll probably have to trash it eventually. So with 18 credits, you should be pretty happy too. Looks like they're relieving it and it's delaying from enter. When clearing attack, interesting.
Yeah, climbing back up from really low credit totals is not necessarily Alco's favorite thing to do if they haven't sort of established a board. But these decks are often built to function quite well at low credit totals. Like you mentioned, Bladderwort is a common feature of these decks. So it's not necessarily the end of the world, but a nice bounce back for the runner.
Yeah, and also playing petty caches, so that's 3 credits, a 3-credit econ card that you can play. And we've already seen 2 transfers, so you're probably not going to hit by a third one.
It's interesting to note the runner opting to remain at just one tag, so respecting the threat of double end of the line.
Oh, installing a ghost. Sorry, installing a mirror. We saw too many ghosts today in criminal. So with an extra hand size, we should be very safe to any kill threats.
Yeah. So it's an interesting spin potentially. The gourmand and the transfers giving us a fairly good idea of sort of where we're sitting at in amongst the Hoshiko brews. Of course, transfers being 4 influence apiece doesn't leave you a ton of room for other things.
Oh, it looks like we credit up to Hansei, which is exactly what Mordor wants to get back in the money now. Also gain a second Alco counter to drop and build up a board next turn.
Get the machine rolling.
Not using the Hannah, which surprises me a little. Maybe we're planning to use the Hannah on the Spin Doctor?
Runner's credit pool having now gotten quite low with but that money has been invested in suppressing the corpse resources to some extent.
Yeah. And they do have that fermenter ticking to 6. So whenever the runner needs, they can take this pan at 6 or hopefully a credit button. Drawing up, playing a strike fund. Getting a Hoshiko flip.
Between the
Right.
7-card hand size and the steel skin scarrings, getting a measured response kill is not necessarily the easiest thing on this board.
For sure. With one steel skin is already out there, which the corp is probably keeping track of to make sure how much measured will do. Because in theory, double measured could kill here
Absolutely.
if it doesn't hit a steel skin or a strike fund.
Just simply avoid them.
And we might just see it. At the very least, it's an Alco counter. We do hit a steel
there was
skin.
a
All
steel
right, that's a
skin.
second steel skin. So tense every measured.
And we see the eye for an eye. Of course, play only if you're not tagged.
Oh yeah, that's full tag. So it's a host kind of doing a Seb impression, both a Seb and an Essa impression. Interesting.
Yeah, we usually
And
see
also,
these transfers come out of Seb decks. But the translation across the Hoshiko doesn't require cutting or changing that many slots.
the host also lost 2 botchlists, but and there is a third transfer. But with 2 assets on the board, I wonder if the corp can res to duck here. And seeing the second measured makes sense.
It is interesting that there is no res to duck. So potentially one of these cards either reses for 0 or can't be resed.
Oh, it's a humanoid, which we haven't seen in a long time since the sort of early tempo HB style rush outcodes. All right, we're using the Spin Doctor, shuffling back. Do shuffle back here? Probably some measures. 2 measures.
Yep, 2 measures.
And then resing the second Spin Doctor. Could have just run the 2 back. And notably, if it doesn't give the Hannah tag. I'm running HQ to see the cards that were drawn off the spin. Oh, I'm selling a badge first. Makes sense. Ooh, and stealing our Genesis. Alright, that's the point. Now the corp down on 2 credits, you shouldn't really have anything to be afraid of. It's really tempting to purge us for Mentor at some point, but on 2 credits, kind of doesn't build you enough of a board. And there we go. We see our first piece of ice, 3 credits, possibly an ebony. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're the runner in a position like this and the corp decides to stay at 2 credits and purge you, you're not cut up about it.
But now we cracked for Mentor. We don't want to be too greedy. We're going to need that money for measured. So we just drop. We can probably take a slow turn and start digging for some multi-access. Oh, another memory diamond. So now we're going to 8 hand size. Now we're really safe.
Huge. What a huge day for T400 memory diamond.
Truly. I wonder if we're going to use all this MU. Currently, no MU is being used. So it is just an extra hand size card. So surprising seeing this card, which really has saw no play pre-rotation, become such a staple, not a staple, I would say, but at least have more play in this season, simply because of all the kill in the meta, all the threats to cards in hand.
Yeah, seen play exclusively as a in situations where you comfortably want one more hand size, or occasionally in the past in things like the World Tree decks when we saw maxing out on hardways.
Yeah, I miss World Tree. All right, so the corp just played petty and petty cash and drop, and now the runner is checking R&D, getting the Hoshiko flip. It's good to sort of sit comfortably in the 8 cards in hand, clearing a tag, safe from most things. Because the corp really has built up a board. Yeah, he was on 4 points, but it's going to be hard to score unless he's going to fast advance with Moonpool, which costs money. Hey, second ice, R&D.
It is always tricky. There is the potential for a third Regenesis, so the threat of the Moonpool Regenesis play will need to be respected, but probably not a super difficult threat to respect with the runner's current resources.
Stalling a Hitting Tide and hitting a white space instead with the raindrops, which I think we do have just enough credit to go through without ending the run. So that's going to be a lot of raindrops value. We can draw 2 cards off.
Yeah, that's very good.
Action flat, good trap. Gamble. And a Lagu. So this host really is just going to be milling through its deck. It's hard for the corporation to really build up a board here, but the runner does have to always respect measured to some extent on 8 cards in hand. Actually, yeah, these sets I feel usually only play 2 measured, not the whole 3. So you might just be invincible at this point. We'll have to see.
Yeah, having seen the humanoid, the runner will be in their head starting to tally up what they think the spread is. But is currently down by 3 points, so we'll need to respect that their head will eventually be forced into stealing some of these points that come into the game, because the court player may well use another Moonpool just to fast advance another point and sit comfortably where stealing 3 more points puts the runner still 1 behind. But there's plenty of time in the round, so not a huge concern if you're the runner.
So Hoshiko drew up and install the crew and a Gourmand. Okay, so we really are doing a 7 push and ready to trash any ice on Central. Playing the petty from hand. And then drawing back up. Still no real installs, making sure Lagu's offline at least.
Yeah, not a huge amount of egg value so far in this match, unfortunately for our court player.
Ooh, we're installing a Manuel. Probably trying to take a tag from the Osiris crew. I guess with the crew and the Rising Tide, there's not much ice that can stop you. That's past 2 strength.
And the crew will be handy to turn on the Manuel. Currently not tagged, but it's not not particularly difficult to become tagged.
It's just an enemy, which is perfectly 2 strength. So you can take the tag, reducing it to 0, trashing it, taking the tag, and C2 up the hand with Manuel. But it does give the outcode finally 3 deaths to count it. Whoa, and you see a Yagi, Uda, and a hybrid. There's the points.
I'll be taking those.
The hybrid probably especially hurts because I assume the corporation wanted to score that fast advance at next turn, build up a bit of board with the face downs, and to get closer to 7 because the scoring pattern is usually something like 4 points, and then the 1 hybrid, and then 1 2-pointer with a moonfall.
Yeah, exactly. The Yagi in hand would have been ideally moon pulled out, and the hybrid for that last point. Exactly. All off the table now.
Faceless taking, I think
but
it could be 2 more agendas in hand, so it looks like, yeah, they're just gonna go check. Manuel sees 2 again, could Gourmand win anything? An enemy seems like a good Gourmand, and then a Boku. And then playing a Sealskin just to get up to 7 cards in hand, 8 credits, you should be fine. Right, using Alco, seeing the top 3 cards and pitching 1.
looking for anything that's going to help swing the momentum back here, but the
Yeah,
runner
what are
is
you looking for as a
certainly...
corp here?
It's difficult. Depending on how the list is built, the runner only has 14 cards left in the stack, so you can't reliably try and score out behind a piece of ice. You could expect as much as like we see two Botulists in the heap. There's every possibility that just another crew, like a chisel or a crew and a charm, come down, and suddenly, no matter what your ice is, you really can't score out behind it. So it's a difficult place to be in.
For sure, white space very vulnerable to all kind of ice destruction, being only at 0 strength. Exactly. We did see a Praxis in the bin too. So privilege access is a way to get back to those crews. Really, a part that we only seen in sub so far. I'm using that to remove attacks. That makes me think we might be seeing a tag me card this turn.
It's an interesting position to be in, for sure. Eye for an eye, of course. Potentially a threat. We see 1 in archives. Sorry, in the heap. HQ is open, so with the Manuel, if you eye for an eye into HQ, you have 9 cards in hand, or you have 8 after you eye for an eye, and you're accessing 3.
Yeah.
So it is a pretty scary threat, but if it's not, these decks don't always play more than 1. So potentially not something you need to worry too much about.
Alright, we're installing a crew. Maybe considering going for service sector R&D. But yeah, I like the line of eye for an eye keeping the hand, considering the corporation just drew 2 cards and didn't have anything to do with them. Looks like we're just taking care of the white space, not letting the corporation push anything. Undoing the click. With Hannah. Makes sense.
Grab those wheels.
Money is dwindling a little bit though, and we've gone through like all our gambles and fermenter and we'll do transfers. So we just trash a cohort. It's all Gourmand. Looks like we did take a tag, even though it wasn't necessary, just so that we can get the extra manual access, seeing 2 Botus. Not much we want to do about that right now, which will be very, very expensive for the Rising Tide. So maybe that's the kind of ice that our Jorp needs to rely on now.
Yeah, certainly running low on credits, but the card draw engine is ticking along nicely with the badge and the Hashiko. Of course, we don't have cards like Moshing anymore to get back up from 0 with ease. But not probably the biggest concern for our runner player.
Yeah, this host is drawing so many cards quickly. Drawing 1 from host, drawing 1 from lager, drawing 1 from badge. With how low their stack is getting, I imagine there may be an Ashen towards the bottom.
Yeah, there's exactly 2 influence unaccounted for. So we could be seeing, was it 3? Yes, 3 influence unaccounted for. So it could be something like an Ashen.
Yeah, it's just the same insulin spread, I think, that Seb decks. It funnily enough does look like you take a Seb deck, change it to Hoshiko, and said that it's better.
Yeah.
And putting
The
Ghost Tongue of Memory Diamond for a reason.
exactly. The trio of steel skins are gone, so you do need to be cognizant of being on low credit total and playing against a measured response deck. But 7 cards in, or a max hand size of 8, will make that a bit easier if you start to become worried about dying to that.
Oh, it looks like the corporation is trashing Manuel, which we are at threat 3, so the initial cost the corp has to trash a card from HQ, which should funnily enough give it a second alco counter. Now we're clicking to draw. And then putting a nice back on HQ. It could be one of the Bluetooths, could be the Fly Swatter that we saw. But the runner really not letting the corporation build any remote servers at all. Alright, we're down to 0 credits, so it may be time to click for credit. Play raindrops on archives. Okay, hitting an enemy.
Enemy.
Losing a privilege access and a strike fund. Pretty good hit. We're probably gonna have to let the damage fire. Yeah, because the render's having tools with it, so we'll take another damage, give another alco counter. But with 17 cards left in R&D, the alco counters might become a bit of a liability soon.
Not finding the Ashen they were probably hoping to hit.
Fuji in archives.
Unfortunate.
That's game. Yeah, with alco,
Well played.
use so many agendas, somebody's got to pitch them. Yeah, really well played by both players. There was a really cool early 4-point push, but just couldn't recover from that with the transfers coming into Open HQ.
Yeah, not seeing those Samaxamuns in the early game where they're at their best.
Yeah.
On HQ, preventing those transfer shenanigans fairly effectively, or at least rather than preventing, making you pay for them.
Yeah, before the Rising Tide came down. Yeah, and Face was saying that after the Regenesis was back out, the runner had to make some more desperate plays. But they seem to pay off, just getting a lot of accesses, really keeping up the pressure.
We've got 18 minutes left, so that's probably enough time to cover another game.
For sure. Anything pique your fancy? I do see a Tau versus Alco game further down. There's also a Synapse game against Fable, or Nebula against Hoshiko.
I'll have a look on table 6.
Yeah. Or in the Alco head.
I'm usually cursed where every table I join to ask, you look at the board and go, oh my god, this is the most one-sided game I've ever seen. This one's 0-0.
That sounds good.
And our board is looking wide. Yeah, so that game was pretty swingy. The like you say, the Regenesis push at the start, into then total and utter runner dominance.
Yeah.
Both thumbs up here on table 6.
Great, let's do it. So this board state, we'll see in 1 second. Looks quite different. We're seeing an Alco against a Tau, not a very commonly seen shape identity nowadays.
Got a very wide board, which is not necessarily where Tile thrives the most. But the classic Hermes Tau, which historically had some high finishes in previous formats. Second to APAC Continentals one year, in I guess its debut year, the first time we saw Hermes Tau really go into town. But we're now several rotations since then, seeing some more modern day tricks like Iru in the heap.
Which table should I be joining?
Oh, table 6.
Table 6.
Thank you.
And one spicy include from in this alco that I want to shout out is in the remove from game section, we see 2 spin doctors, that's pretty normal, but 2 copies of Simulation Reset, which is a way to pitch your hand, shuffle cards back from archives and R&D, and then draw them back up, which is a way to get alco counters.
Yeah, it's
kind of
interesting looking list compared to what we've been seeing in some of the other games.
Yeah, we've cracked some envy testings, And then, yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on into the Alco side. We have a lot of face downs. We just see a public access plaza and a cohort face up. So it looks like those are some of the econ assets. Public access plaza suggests that this is a deck on Oppo and tag kill. But
Yeah,
we have to
Public
get to step
Assets
forward for
Plaza,
Oppo.
delightfully a single influence pip, so it fits quite nicely into both the dev data drones coming down.
Yes, Christopher declaring more bees incoming, so simul shipping in the Dev Data drones before making the R&D access, seeing 2, hopefully getting a Hermes trigger, cow trigger. Looks like it's just 2 whip right now.
It's quite funny to hear the cry of many bees are coming down, or more bees coming down in a game that's no points to no points.
Oh, and then sealing the
Commentator's
Fuji.
curse there. Sorry about that.
Taking the 2 damage. There's no FUD on the board, thankfully, or this could have been quite dangerous. Swapping the tattoo onto the remote server and bouncing the RDIs. Okay. Losing your chromatic boards and Oiler. Yeah, so that's part of the combo package that Tau usually uses to get the servers for extremely cheap.
Unfortunately, with one click left, not super easy to get to a decent number of cards in hand at this position.
Yeah, I would definitely love to see most tiers at another spec works. You can spec work the Muse, draw 2 cards. I guess you could just draw 1. Because, yeah, I think ending your turn on 1 card against Alco is going to be really dangerous against things like Bladderware. And even recently, we've seen decks playing Blood in the Water to try to fast advance out, do some damage with. But
Exactly. Seeing cards like Ritual replacing cards like Diesel in this position is where we see the real difference there. If this last card was Diesel, you could fire it off.
exactly.
But like you say, spec work is probably the best case scenario for our runner player here, but they're all in the heap. So
Now that you mention
gonna
it,
have to live.
the best case scenario would actually be VRcation, but no one's playing VRcation.
True. Very true.
Looks like Christopher feeling tempted to run R&D again. Knows the top card, but can use a Dev Data counter to see a second card down.
It is, of course, risky because you don't win if you hit another Fuji. You just die. But if you hit another agenda and then a Fuji, but deciding just to draw instead.
That makes sense. Merchant starts their turn, declining the Alco trigger. Interesting. So that could suggest a Regenesis score. Using a bite.
Is this mutually assured destruction? It is.
Oh! Whoa! Giving the runner 5 tags in all 3 clicks. I didn't expect that.
Fascinating. Okay, we've entered the realm of the unknown.
Yeah, this is new territory for me.
On this board state, the runner's unlikely to be able to clear all 5 tags.
Yeah, I think they would need something like a Hannah to clicklessly clear a tag. But I wonder if the runner just draws up if they're relatively safe. I wonder what the kill is. I guess Mindscaping ends of the line? Since we haven't seen any influence other than the public access puzzle and the map.
Yeah, definitely an interesting position to be in. If you're the runner, these are those games where your neurons are firing in ways they've never had to before, because this is not something that you get taught in basic training.
Absolutely. And yeah, just with no card draw too, running any ice would be a good idea to make them, with only 2 cards in hand, running any anemones potentially lethal too.
And we have
So,
seen, obviously, the bite did get trashed, potentially implying there are more. So if you go for the B dig, you better be surviving a bite.
that's true. The corporation does have just enough credits to spend for bites. That's a mind game when you see a bite, right? You go, they're probably only on 1. And turns out they're on the whole playset.
Fun tidbit: Netrunner DB has no Alco mutually assured destruction decks. So we're in relatively uncovered territory.
We're witnessing history. That's so exciting. So Christopher, thinking through the line, he needs to draw up before to be safe to a single end of the line, which we assume must be in hand. But the danger is that with this many tags, even double Mindscaping kills you, because Mindscaping does 1 damage per tag up to 3. So that would be 3 damage and 3 damage.
Exactly. No way to survive double Mindscaping on these numbers, I think, because if you clear 3 tags and draw 1 card, you're still dead to 2+2. If you clear 2 tags and draw 2 cards, you're still on 3 tags, so you die to 3+3. So you ideally will have to just pick when you're in a position like this as a runner. Good to pick your choice of damnations and just decide, okay, I can't live double Mindscaping, so I won't worry about it. And just commit to, okay, well, I need to end. If I make it to next turn, I need to have no tags left. So what can I do to survive the most things in the meantime? Which, like you say, you absolutely want to make sure you can survive 1 Mindscaping, but it's probably also worth just making sure, if you can, that you can survive 1 end of the line and also end next turn on no tags.
Okay, so drawing 2 cards would require 2 kill pieces, not just 1. But then once you assess the risk of the kill, you can also consider taking the other plan, which is to try to win this turn, right? Because Christopher is on 3 points. Only in 4. Starting with a stone ship, which is sort of soft card draw.
Yeah, it's better value, potentially, if you're also looking for better cards.
Looks
It
like
doesn't
Christopher's saying he has
increase your maximum hand size, really, but yeah.
Yeah, looks like he's saying he has a transfer of wealth in his deck, so that could be a way to take 1 more tag, but to keep the corporation out of the credit range to play some of those kill cards.
Yeah, and mutually assured destruction is 4 influence, of course. And this is a faction that doesn't search tutor operations very effectively, really. It's like in Wayland where you have something like a pivot in faction. So how much you need to respect out of faction cards is a calculation that you'll need to make in your own mind, deciding how you think your opponent has spent the 10 influence you haven't seen yet.
Yeah, but instead
Sorry,
of
not 10 influence,
tutoring,
8, because there's 2 spin doctors in RFG.
oh yes, so 2 spins, 1 public access, and then the mad. But instead of tutoring, I was just gonna say Alco has so much card draw, and it dug through already half of the deck, and is gonna see 4 more cards next turn. That just their odds of drawing into at least 1 kill piece is pretty high. Looks like we're doing a red
Yeah.
R&D, probably seeing 2 with debit out of round.
I think it's very reasonable to presume that your opponent's on 2 mad, 1 end of the line, 2 spins, 1 public access Praza. Because the Mindscapings can pick up a lot of the slack on the kill pieces. Very unlikely to be on a single mad when there's cups around and 3 Gormans in one of the best shapers. Sorry, Anarchs. Oh, it's pivot.
So there is a pivot. There's tutoring. Interesting. I guess you can pivot for mad or end of line, but looks like we have a full whiff on RNG. I wonder to check archives too with 6 face down. Looks like that's what Christopher's doing. But it could just be
Archive's one of the safest servers with the bytes unable to fire from there.
But if the corporation could just safely shuffle everything back, not sure what the outs are here. Looks like we're considering the res, so maybe could be an anemone.
An enemy is your probably your greatest fear here as the runner, because you have taken lines to let you live Mindscaping, which an enemy will absolutely undo. So definitely a fear.
Yeah, that's a psychological fear of playing as Alco. Every face down ice feels like it could be an anemone. I think. Christopher also saying that compilation would have been nice. So sort of grab a card off R&D, make it fresh, sweep HQ, get some multi-access. Because yeah, this Tau deck looks like it's only playing R&D multi-access with Devadatarons and an Eru, but no way to see multiple cards in HQ right now. Right? I think we're going in different cards.
Yeah, other than the cup. So I guess fairly typical of the Hermes Tau decks, where you're Okay, shuffling away with Moonpool. Yeah, these Hermes Tau decks often endeavoring to use the combination of Hermes and Tau to peel away a server, swapping in an unresed ice on the server you want to bully, and then bouncing it. Or sort of like as a pseudo ice destruction approach to reducing one server. Of course, it's a risky strategy to have no way to then multi HQ. So having a cup in a deck like this makes total sense.
Yeah, because you need some kind of HQ multi-access so you're not all centered on one server. Looks like they're redoing this run because the corporation wanted to pitch a card with the moon pool. I wonder what they're pitching. Maybe they want to just completely get all the agendas back in R&D where they're safe.
Interesting. They want to trash a card from hand, which potentially means they want to trash a Fuji.
Yeah.
We've seen things like this before. There was a Worlds Day 2 game where Runner ran Archives and Corp Res the Moonpool, trash 2 Fujis, did 7 off a FUT out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So it is something to be cognizant of in these environments where Moonpool is an extremely tricksy card. There's lots of words on it that allow you to pull little tricks.
Yeah, feeding a Fuji here would be really interesting. Taking the runner down to 1 card, but then taking you to some risk of losing. It looks like we're pitching a card, getting the echo counter, shuffling back a Fuji, and to send a message. Interesting. So maybe we're just playing a very low agenda density to make them add combo land. Advancing HQ ice twice. Oh, we are feeding a Fuji. Wow.
Very interesting because we have just shuffled 2 agendas into R&D.
Yeah, the R&D
And
fresh
I'm feeding one to the runner here to put them on 6 points, which does just give them the open R&D with their last click. If they can't get up to 3 to survive 1 mindscaping, the Devdata drones does not have a counter, so you aren't multiing R&D necessarily, but the hope is there. The hope is in your heart if you're the runner and you're on 6 points with 1 click left and 5 tags.
But yeah, this gives the runner an out. Now they just have to top deck the agenda and R&D. I'm not sure if there's any multi-access they can get in 1 click without any make or die in the format. Swapping the ice, bouncing it, losing a rejig and a ritual. Rejigging the Devadata drone would have been quite good to get the 2 counters back on. But
Hermes, Tau and Hermes giving us the open HQs. The options there if you want to sweep that. Of course, like we said, there's no cup currently, so there's not a multi. But if you feel like your odds are higher running a HQ here instead of an open R&D, that option is available. Although you do keep in mind, of course, that the moon pool just happened.
Yeah, I'm assuming HU odds are bad considering that the card was pitched from hand. And an ice was bounced, so that's at least 1 non-agenda card in HQ. With at least 2 in R&D, R&D is at least 1 in 11.
Yeah, the fact that the opponent just had control over the agenda density in HQ means that it's in the best state that it could be for them, probably. Sometimes that works. It will still be bad. If they do the moon pool there and there's 4 agendas in HQ, then it doesn't help them that much.
Yeah.
But they have just shuffled 2 5/3s into R&D. And from looking at the agendas that you've seen in this game, you have like a decent idea of what their agenda spread is probably like. You know what the density there is probably going to be. But if I'm the runner here, my heart is pounding.
Oh yeah. Some discussion in the Jaina chat as Christopher's saying that he could have cracked the stone chip to charge the Devadata, so an extra card, but he's actually only had 1 card in hand, so he would have died without that card for safety.
And in this position, you are in for a penny. There's no end next turn with no tags.
All right, we're running R&D.
You're not expecting to see the next sunrise with this plan.
It's game!
Oh
my god!
Oh,
that was amazing.
Netrunner makes you feel things.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible ending.
Finish.
Oh,
What a game.
painful.
Wow. What a cool deck too.
5 and 22 off the single.
Oh.
Fascinating.
All right, well, we're going to go for about a 40-minute break, then do another round of commentary. Also, in chat, if people are interested, for the record, I've been told, there is a survey for anyone who is interested in giving feedback on the current state of Standard as a meta, where the Standard team is trying to get more info on that. So feel free to fill out that. Glad we got to show off such an awesome game on stream.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining the commentary. We'll see you in about a 45 minutes.
Yeah, see you after the break.
Gotcha.
Bye.
Hello, we are back with round 4 of the Circuit Breaker Invitational, the American Asian Pacific pod. Very exciting set of games so far. Got to watch an absolutely fantastic game last round. How are y'all?
Yeah,
How are you
really,
feeling about it, Laura?
really great games. Really interesting decks too. Like this is usually the quiet time in the meta, but it's still been seeing some innovation with like Tremolo, with like iPro9 and Seb. We saw Mutually Assured Destruction of Alco. So I'm really, really excited to see what we have coming up.
Yeah, and this is the last of what we'll see of this, almost certainly, since next month things are going to start happening for the next set.
How exciting!
It's
Looks
a
like we
very
have the
exciting.
pairings up for round
Yeah.
4.
I was going to really quickly look at the stats so far. So far, only 3 players undefeated, 2 Hoshikos and 2 Sables, and 3 Alcos. It's about what was
That's what we
expected. Oh, wait,
But looks like PD doing okay.
Yeah, there is a
Represented
PD
by
up there
Tables.
too. Anything you'd
A
like
mix
to
of
see?
HP, both PD, Leo, and Miramore. Now that I see there's a Miramore near the top, I'd be really excited to see that. It's on table 3.
The Miramore's really fun.
I'll
We've
pop in.
already seen a Mushy today, but we could definitely do that. Do you want to check if they could, if they're down to be watched?
Was it the same mostly hot or?
I don't believe it was the same Musely Hot.
Okay, then yeah, let me double check about the seeing Miramore. Cause I'm always curious what kind of tricks Miramore has up their sleeves.
Yep. You'll have to double check that we didn't already stream them. I'm very tired today, so a bit out of it.
No worries. It's already been a long Netrunner, but I think these players will be playing 4 more rounds today. Or 7, and if I'm not mistaken, the top 5 qualify to the top cut of CBI across pods.
The top 5 players, yeah. The top 5 players from this will make it. The top 5 players from each pod, and then also last year's champion. So if you win the CBI, you're guaranteed a spot in next year's CBI, no matter what.
Alright, so it looks like we're good to stream on table 3. Miramore versus Musly Hot.
I'll go join table 3. We'll get started in just a second. Let me know as soon as the game starts. But yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
like
excited
people
to
are just getting
see.
back from lunch break.
Excited to see how things go. I'd love to see some of the Sebs do well. I mean, I'd love to see anything that isn't one of the standard Hoshiko, Sable, Ayako do well, given that the tournament is so heavily oriented towards those. Hoshiko, Sable, Ayako, and PD are much higher in these things. I am curious if we'll see a difference in later sections of the tournament for like if we'll see a difference in different regions, if like Americas is going to have a different approach, or if all of them will be roughly the same.
Yeah, like I know
We'll
like
find out.
Epiphany has been really popular in some regions more than others. It looks like the game started.
All right, game has started, so let's get going. Let me
Waiting for the timer to start. Both players, scrolling up in the chat, were talking about perhaps some questionable choices, but I'm just gonna say that there are innovative choices in these Corpin Runner decks that we shall soon see. I think Miramore, if I'd say, I'm expecting a lot of fast advanced combo tricks. So tricks using Petty Cache, which is a really great card for Miramore because of Petty Cache clickability is a clickless action that's not an operation, so lets you sort of launder a free click for fast advanced tricks. Things like RLC, things like Wage Workers, maybe a card like Plutus, but I'm guessing more just general assets that you can stick on the table, like Cohort, like Wage Workers, and probably some Foley Op to support the econ.
Always good to see that stuff. I'm excited to see where this can potentially go.
Yeah.
Miramorph's a really, really fun identity to just see in general, so it's exciting.
Yeah, I feel like Miramore is always such a brain burner for some of the more complicated 3, 4, 5, sometimes upwards of 10 click turns if you score Luminal. So
well, it was a brain burner except for the short time when you could play it with MCA austerity policy, and that was just miserable prison. That was nothing.
Right. That's a card that we just had that form about asking for if there are any cards you want to see unbanned. I wonder if any people requested for MCA to be unrotated.
I know what I'd like to see unbanned, personally.
Oh, what?
I want to see dolls unbanned. I don't want dolls to be
Oh,
banned.
yeah.
It makes me sad that dolls
Yeah,
is
yeah.
banned. My joke answer is trick shot, but I don't actually think trick shot should be legal. But I'd love to see that. All right, looks like game is starting.
Quite powerful.
We've got
Both players got.
3 installs turn 1, so not going for the mirror morph turn 1. I think that's smart. A lot of people always try and go for the mirror morph as much as possible and end up actually hurting themselves a bit because they don't realize how slow that can be and how much they're hurting their actual game plan for winning based on that.
Yeah, exactly. You do a bunch of extra awkward clicks that usually just end up netting you 1 free credit. So like getting the estimated HQ is important, getting some econ assets that are gonna start your game up.
Right.
Starting
Early
with jailbreak on
jailbreak.
R&D,
Turn 1
recommended
jailbreak,
campaign.
using it to trash a Nico campaign, and then immediately bravadoing right into a Hagen. Okay, that's interesting. Rezzing the Hagen there says some things about what might be an HQ right now. Because if you... That's all of your money right there, and even 1 credit is not enough to res most things on the table. So that is saying that probably... Wait, Marrow?
Cybernetic? Maybe we're seeing another Tremolo deck?
I guess it's Tremolo, because that does count as a Cybernetics, and it does protect you. I would have expected Termes, but yeah, that's interesting. Cohort gets you a little bit of money back. It's interesting out of Mirror Morph. It does draw you stuff. We will be getting the Mirror Morph credit here. So, great job. You won.
And now with an ice and fully up in the bin.
The Hagen is good against all of the transfer wealths that we know are going to be in this deck. Pretty good
Yeah,
there.
you definitely want an early ice from an HQ against Criminal. I was going to say that the new ice could be something more threatening, like a Scatterfield or even a Drafter would be really good to bring back the fully on.
Yeah, Hagen's
revealing the transfer, clean getaway on R&D.
Hagen's a really interesting turn 1 play because it immediately makes me think that the runner is the corp has agendas in hand. Because otherwise, I feel like you probably wouldn't res it. You would just save the money so you can spend it on something. All right, petty cash.
Going for a draw, maybe thinking of a way to get the mirror more. Click this turn.
Clicking for a credit, drawing,
gaining the mirror more.
And then gaining the credit. That's an important thing about Mirror Morph. You can use the last click to gain another credit if you did it right. All right, running on archives.
Something like compilation. Oh.
Gonna cup something in archives, presumably. I'm guessing we'll see grabbing the petty cash. That's pretty good, actually. And a Dag. Is this the same deck we saw turn round 1? Because we did see the there was a Dag in it, I believe. Well, if we're seeing it again, that's fun. You're getting to see it for the first time.
Oh yes, I think it was the same.
It was?
Same
Cool.
but
Well, we get to see it again.
also
Hopefully it'll
going
be able to pull off
YPD.
and repeat.
Yeah, I wonder if it will go differently. We haven't seen the early Wake game plan, which was part of that game plan.
Mhm.
So let's see if these assets work better. All right, here's a Tranquility in server 1. So
Tranquility in
playing
server
Nano
1.
Management, Okay.
Nano management, so presumably this will be used to instantly score something out. We'll see what it is. Install, advance, advance, advance. Yep.
Luminal would be the best case, otherwise it's just a blank 3-2.
I mean, blank 3-2 still score wins you the
There's
game.
the Luminal.
There's the Luminal. That's what you want to see.
Oh, and the Marrow you sabotage 1. That is indeed text on Marrow. And then we're doing a draw, and then last click. Maybe push something, maybe ice something up, and just a third draw. Okay.
Just a lot of drawing.
Maybe the hand is slightly awkward because you would expect more assets to be pushed out.
I'm wondering if we saw a I'm wondering if this is to try and draw into a spin doctor or something to try and shuffle stuff back in, because that Hagen is such a strong signal of I need to keep you out of HQ.
Mm-hmm.
Revolver's good
But
here.
even ice is not going to be enough because Lucy has revealed a maintenance access. So at any point, he could play the maintenance access, use a couple agents, sweep a couple on HQ. So I guess if you don't draw into that spin doctor quickly, you might just lose. We saw that this deck might even be on reprise. We were playing another petty cash.
The deck is on reprise. We saw that last time. It's how the deck won the game. Another petty cash. Another nano management. Uh-oh. Okay, that's 4. Oh, wow. Scoring on an off-world office. So that was petty cash to get a click using the using the mirror morph click to get an extra click and then scoring out a 4-2 of a off-rolled office. That's powerful.
Yeah, I mean, so if you don't have a spin doctor, that's the other way to get agendas at the hand. Just score them.
It works.
The runner just waiting for credits, checking archives again. Oh, I assume it's from the sabotage off R&D, but just a trank and 2 hedge funds. Nothing of note so far, but 2 nano managements are out, so it might be a bit harder for the corporations to do any more passive games.
Yep. Not sure exactly what your plan is here. I mean, this is a very dangerous runner to play against. You could see an agenda, then immediately see a reprise, and then immediately lose one of those ice that you have, one of those few ice that you have. So putting another thing in server 1.
Putting something behind it.
Might just be trying to rush out as fast as possible and just stop the runner from even having a chance to stop. Not sure.
Yeah, because I think the mostly hot draws have been whiffing to some extent, so hasn't been able to set up the combo pieces quite as quickly. We're bravadoing into server 1 with a shibboleth, so we have no money to break any ice. So I assume we're just happy to let whatever fire.
It's Tatubola. That's
case.
Probably the best thing you could possibly ask for here. Especially because now if you want to, you can get into that server. You don't... Well, yes. No, wait. There is not a barrier breaker out. My bad. Yeah. So you can't get past the Tatubola yet. If you can find something, though, you can get in. Now here's where we see whether Fenris is just going all in and just trying to score out as fast as possible.
Yeah, and the core turned up.
There it is. 4-2. Okay. That's fast. Fun to see.
Another 1 card off R&D. Yeah, and that makes sense because the mirror morph does require a lot of tools to be able to pass against the 5-3 agendas. So sometimes you do just have to score to 8, especially if you can get the nano management back in hand somehow. You have a lot of tricks. Scoring the last 3-2 should be easier than a 5-3 than the SAM.
Yep. We are out of nano managements now. All of the nano managements are... Wait, no. I was wrong. The chat was not scrolling. Yeah, chat was just not scrolling correctly. It's my own fault.
Yeah, so this is a slightly dicier position for the Muesli Hot because it's trying to sit back and set up a combo. Okay, but
there's the barrier. Okay, so you can now get into anywhere. You can... I think probably one of the best plays here is just to immediately sweep the hand. Not necessarily what you have to do, but... Probably a good choice.
The biggest downside of sweeping the hand is that it releases the petty cash back in archives, which is a fast advance tool for the mirror morph.
Can the mirror morph? What does the mirror morph need to actually use that to fast advance? Because
they need a petty cash, a red level clearance, and a 3-2. So it looks like we're going for the transfer. Try to
right. They also need a red
get
level
some
clearance.
money, but it's definitely not going to keep the corporation out of money. At 20 credits, they can score pretty easily.
It will get you money. You're spending 2 to get in, and more importantly, transfer doesn't cost you a.
Ooh, they're using compilation, seeing a project Ingatan.
Finding an Ingatan, yeah. Transfer doesn't. Oh, and send a message. Well, sounds like it might have been flooded. And now we could see a reprise. No, removing the tag, being safe. That puts the runner on 5 points. It is now anybody's game.
It is, and R&D is still open. Are you think hard to draw?
It's going to be close.
Right tools, or just stronger ice now, because the runner doesn't have that much money if they have to get through like a bigger ice, like an MIC or something. All of a sudden,
Kurapira is also notably at 3 credits, so you can't really keep the runner out with anything at this point. Basically, everything is a danger.
I think the Dag was used to charge Kurapira.
Yeah, which is really smart and really fun.
That is really cool. So, like, Obron's not going to do anything on this stage. Yep. Right, we're drawing up and installing on the trank. Interesting.
Installing on the trank.
Trying to bait them through the Tatubola, which you know they can break.
Yeah.
Probably something expensive to track, like a wager.
Not sure what it could be. Might just be saying to the runner, waste your times on this. Yeah. Coordinator deciding what to do. Could be a bite. You never know.
I'm not sure if this deck has the influence to play bite. They're on Tatu and Cohort, but we haven't seen it all yet.
I always assume there's a bite.
I didn't-
It's the safest option. Just assume it's going to be there in the opponent's deck no matter what.
But these players can't play too safe right now. They have to find a way to score the last agenda before the other one, because both the Corp and the Runner have ways to just really rush out. Especially
Both
the
of them are
Corp
at game
any-
point here.
Yeah, any 2-pointer win, and there should be. There's still 9 points left in the deck. All right, there's a Wake and Plant. So now it's.
Wake and Blunt, that'll let you start doing things. It looks like we
Yeah, that'll
might
let
be
you start
ignoring
running
what's in
things.
server 1, which is dangerous, but also, I mean, what are the odds that's actually an agenda? Like, if that's an
Exactly.
agenda, that the Corp just put an agenda behind a Tatu Pola. But then again, it could be the single greatest bluff of all time.
That is the lovely double bluff of Netrunner, right? It's like, I know you can get in here. Oh, and there's an English Foundation.
Oh, never mind.
That's too bad.
That's Project Ignition.
Oh, just ripped it.
Right. Do you mind checking game? Table? Wait, we already saw analyze Chris today. Do you mind checking maybe? Maybe table 8?
Have we not seen... Yeah, there's an Epiphany.
Yeah. Go take a look at that.
Cool. Yeah, that was a really fast game from both players.
Sometimes you get flooded, and Fenris almost managed to pull it out. Really, really well done. Almost managed to survive.
Yeah, when you're digging through your deck so fast with cohorts, you're going to draw a lot of agendas. Looks like we're good on table 8.
Okay, we're good on table 8. Let's go watch.
We've got a bit of an Epiphany board state against what looks like a Hoshiko, maybe the Vamp Hosh? A sort of virus Hoshiko.
Possibly Vamp Hosh. There's 2 tags. Both players have an artificial crypto crash. Which means an artificial crypto crash has been scored, which is rough. Virtual Servants Agent on the board, which means that the Corp does want to give the runner tags. This is a deck that's trying to give the runner tags.
A neat include that we haven't seen in all other Epiphany decks is this deck's running Cohort, which is another way to get Econ and circle through your deck faster.
True.
But yeah, looks like that game of droids did not have enough money to clear tags from the small oppo a turn ago. So it looks like he's just floating them, which could be dangerous because these decks do run a lot of pretty strong 2-tag punishment, mainly shipment from Lidusabirth, which lets you fast advance, putting 4 advancements on the card if the runner has 2 tags.
I've also been seeing people use IP enforcement. Oh, there's a Hollow Man being rezzed.
Oh, yeah.
But there's nothing in there.
Exactly.
Installing
That's the other tag
something.
punishment on 2 tags.
2 things. Oh, a freedom of information. Wow. I mean, there's the tag punishment. Haven't seen freedom of information in a while.
Yeah, I think the Epiphany decks usually only play 1 or 2 as sort of backup plan in case other things go wrong. But yeah, like that's what makes Epiphany playing against Epiphany so tough. They have lots of different angles to deal with tags, and you can maybe try some of the operations, but they have these agendas. Alright, Hoshiko drawing, and here's where Hoshiko eating the card really hurt. But at least we do have the ability to crack this Fermenter. Take 6 credit, and we can get the 2 tags now. Yeah. Okay, catching Fermenter, gaining 6.
Let's see where this goes. Fermenter
Yeah, but
going.
the Epiphany board is really picking with everything you want. You've got
Still
a
has the
Workers,
sign.
you've got a Cohort, you've got a Holloman.
Still has the simul chip to manage to clear stuff. However, the 2 agendas does put you in measured response territory, although I doubt that's being played. We've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different cards that are influenced so far. No idea what else the Epiphany is playing.
Yeah,
Looks like we're going to clear the board here, get rid of the Wage Workers and the Hollow Man.
Yeah, and trashing the Holloman is so important because Epiphany can install cards from R&D using the ID ability, which lets the Holloman place 3 advancements on the card because the condition hasn't been met, which is you install a card from HQ. Alright, looks like we're Grezzling and a Blade of Barrier. So luckily we just got to Threat 4, so we can reinstall a card and just reinstalling a Holloman you just bashed. You know, it really feels like you're in a
Ooh, that hurts, especially with 1 click left, and now you're going to have to figure out how to pay for the Wage Workers and potentially the Hollow Man. And this is a huge danger because there's 2 Epiphany counters. You could basically lose the game right here. You'd basically lose the game right here just by getting unlucky. Oh, but Gourmand coming out, that'll give you the credits you need. Sophian task to trash all this stuff.
Task. You know, the Sysis protocol hasn't actually been scored in this because it wouldn't be legal in Epiphany, but it sure does feel like you're doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. Not to mention if cards like Power Tempe bring cards back.
Trashing the Hollow Man. And now we find out that Server 7 is a separate Hollow Man. Of course.
I think we have 2 Hollow Mans face up in archives, so there's still 1 more in play somewhere, let alone 2 more Spin Doctors to shuffle them back. Alright. So still floating those 2 tags because Game of Droid spent the turn focusing on trashing instead.
Yep.
Looks like they're using the Epiphany button.
Using the Epiphany. This can potentially also look at the top 3 cards of R&D. You can potentially just use this to like search for a card. Oh, it got installed in that server. Is it a Hollow Man? It is another Hollow Man. Oh, that hurts. So that's 1. You install the Hollow Man. You score the Stoke the Embers. You got the credit. You got everything from it so fast. Oh, that hurts. All of that work to blow up the Hollow Man and then get rid of it. It just comes back. And now there's something in server 1 you have to deal with as well. Right. Using Gachapon to put...
And even if you manage to trash all of this, you're probably not going to be able to clear those 2 tags again, like ever. So all the tricks to fast advance with tags still remain. IP enforcement, shipment, etc.
Using Gachapon to put a Chisel on the board. Wasn't much else in that stack. Just have to kind of live with what you get. Probably hoping for, I'd say, a Fermenter or something for just a quick cash infusion to get rid of this Hollow Man, but did not find it.
Yeah, Fermenter or Gourmand even would have been good.
Excuse me. Well,
installing a Devil Charm, I'm not sure what that's going to do here other than use the Chisel. But the curious thing about Epiphany is that the corporation has seen the top 3 cards, so he knows if there's anything. And if there's like a Spin Doctor in server 1, he can just simply res and pick what's an RP.
Yeah. We don't know what's in server 1 though. It could be basically anything. Seeing an unseen card, not finding anything. 1 credit left. Gourmand, and I assume the Gourmand is going to help trash the Hollow Man. That's 2 credits, which just is so painful. But you can't leave it on the board, because if you leave it on the board, all the Corp needs is... If there is any 4-2 agenda in the top 3 cards, the Corp instantly wins.
Alright, we're running the Ablator server, and it's a Spin Doctor, okay?
It is Spin Doctor.
We're going to use it.
That will also refresh the top cards, which is going to mean that Epiphany has an even higher chance of hitting. And if that Epiphany hits, once again, that's just game right there.
Shuffling back a Hollow Man and an Unseen, so possibly an agenda. Okay. Yeah, it's really looking favored for the Epiphany right now.
Yeah.
Like you said, you just need to find any agenda on the Epiphany button. All right.
Here we go.
In the top 3.
If we see it, it will be installed in server 7. If not, then that means it wasn't. That is not the game.
With this amount of money from the cohort, like the Epiphany could even like play Big Oppo because you trashed all this stuff, and you're like flooded in tags. Like FOI will just be free.
Yeah, FOI would be free. There's a lot of ways to win, but you have to find them. Nope, putting it in server 10. Did not find it.
So, it's possible that the Spin Doctor may have drawn into the agenda into hand and said, looks like we're overinstalling the ice in R&D, which makes sense since it was chiseled and about to die. Funnily enough, chiseling would have given Epiphany a counter, and the counter is useful for all the fast advance tricks that you need. But putting an ice there makes it a lot safer.
You also really want to get Vigims would love to see another Spin Doctor. Vigims really wants to see something get trashed so that you have the chance to Vigims, that's how you say it. So that you have the chance to use that Epiphany counter. You'll have to also get another Hollow Man down, but I mean, there's 2 cards that were installed. Either of those could be a Hollow Man. We only have 1 in the bin right now.
There's a second Gourmand. So
second Gourmand is definitely going to help with this problem. Running to blow up what's in server 1, and then I presume running to blow up what's in server 2 as well. Or running to blow up what's in server 7 as well. That's my guess.
The Holloman just has to come down because it represents a whole win con. Well, there's a balanced coverage, so just more econ. How will you need to drop right now? Yeah, looks like we're not going to. Checking server 10. Could just be a naked agenda. Could be federal fundraising. Yeah, that's a way to set up the top deck and guarantee your balanced coverage money. Looks like we are trashing that because that will keep R&D safe for the first evil. And then yeah, Gormanding Holloman, which is quite good. You usually want to trash 2 cards in a turn to only give a 50 movement counter because only a turn first time each turn card is trashed.
Out of click's going to have to throw a twinning away, which hurts, but you don't have any money right now. You're desperate for anything.
And you still have 2 tags, so it would get trashed.
Balanced coverage. Will we see it get used?
I don't think the top of the deck is known, so this is a full guess.
Not known. Revealing IP enforcement!
IP enforcement!
Oh my goodness. Okay, so IP enforcement, that's... So that could just... That's not worth it yet, because right now it doesn't do anything. However, if you get another Hollow Man on the board, or you get one more tag, IP enforcement is then instant win.
Oh, that looks like it's just
never mind. It's freedom of information. Never mind.
2 tags, only 2 advancements.
GG.
Well played by Belgium. Really great. Yeah, really great game from the both of them. But it looks like that Hoshiko just couldn't get out of the tag hell. It was one of those moments where Hoshiko stacking a credit to give you the card draw was really felt.
Well, that's all it took right there.
The Epiphany engine really stung, and yeah, the freedom of information ended up being just all the tech punishment you needed. Having a 2/2 agenda is pretty good.
It's a solid thing. That's the danger of things like this, or the danger of playing against ontological. You know that at any moment you could just lose.
Yeah, the passive intent was really strong from lots of different angles. It's
great game.
Halfway through the round, do you want to take a look at any other games?
Yeah, if you can find a third game, we could take a look at it. I'd be glad to do that.
Yeah.
I'll let you choose this one.
Ooh. Okay, looks like there's only... I was excited to see one ob game, but that ob game's already over.
Yeah, the ob game is over.
We have 2 PDs going on near the top. We saw some PD earlier, but I wonder if this is a different archetype.
We've seen from Faceless already. I'd be down to watch the number 1 game. I'm not sure if we've seen Faceless.
Yeah, let's see the top AWOL.
Sure, if you're down for that.
Faceless, but on Runner.
Let me double check that that's something.
Take a look
Yeah, it looks like we can stream that. Can you check in with them if that's okay?
Yeah, I'll ask them now. Alright, looks like we're good to go.
Cool. Alright, let's go take a look. That is table 1. Faceless versus Man in the Moon. Man in the Moon, another local Seattle player, Abraham, who I'm very familiar with, playing PD. This, let's see what's in archives. Is this the PD? I'm seeing Your Digital Life, which makes me think it's the PD list that has, oh my gosh, Plutus, because that is a transaction, along with a lot of grease the bulbs. There's also a next activation campaign in archives, which is fascinating.
Yeah, there's some interesting ice choices. Like there's one Boomy here, but it looks like it's a sort of shoot the moon style.
It's also
style PD using YDL to get money, and then scoring Midnight 3 Arcology to ignore your discard step, and then playing YDL for tons and tons of money because it's actually building a remote with tranquility and humanoid resources. Unlike
so it's
some
probably
other
not just Plutus. It's probably actually doing some weird things with Midnight 3 and YDL, which is fascinating. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Hoshiko on Audrey. So all in on blowing up the stuff. Removed from the game, we have a Crew, a Fermenter, a Devil Charm, a Privileged Access, and a Solidarity Badge. That's a lot of cards.
Arrow to C2, catching a Spin Doctor. Floating 2 tags from the arrows, so I'm curious that this hasn't been trashed yet.
Floating 2 tags, dangerous against a deck that we know is running Greasing the Palm. There is at least one Greasing the Palm in hand.
But an awkward thing about this agenda suite is you get it's playing more 4-2s than 3-2s, so Greasing doesn't actually help you fast advance. Looks like we're drawing up using RLC, icing archives, and there it is, trashing the arrow.
Yeah, makes
but
sense.
But this only have 2 credit, so possibly you could still run a lot of these servers.
Yeah, although, I mean... with Man in the Moon also on 2 credits. However, you do have that fermenter. You need some way to start trashing things though, because you only have the Audrey. You need something that you can do with that.
Yeah, this looks like a weaker position for the corporation, but basically, as soon as they draw a YDL, they're going to be back in the money, which they can play. From 2 credits to bounce up to 7, 8, sometimes even like 10. Alright, and the host draw, drawing up.
I can turn Laura up. Thank you for letting me know. Turn your audio up a bit. There you
go. And yeah, sort of curious history is that this Shoot the Moon archetype with YDL and PD was originated by Man in the Moon himself. So it's a bit of an inversion to see his archetype played against him.
Yep. Fun to see.
Looks like our Kraken and Fermenter just have money to trash anything we do. Okay, there's an ablative being read.
There's an ablative. Yeah, that's really good here.
Gas the humanoid resources, but on 0 credits, you can't even.
Humanoid resources Tranquility would also be pretty good. That starts getting you money pretty quickly. Looks like we saw a Spin Doctor actually, so that's going to draw even more. Which, admittedly, if you're running YDL, shuffling YDL back into the deck, I just clicked on an ice and was like, oh god, is it going to get rezzed? I've never clicked on a card while streaming before. I just hit that and I was like, oh gosh, what happens next? Then just taking some credits.
But no YDL.
I assume was probably looking for the YDL there and did not find it, which is going to hurt because you're still on 2 credits now. And Man the Moon does not need many credits with this Audrey. This Audrey is not a credit-heavy card. Like, the Audrey could get through the Boomy no problem and then trash whatever in server 1 and keep the engine running. There's nothing you can really do about that.
Like through the Boomy right now.
Yeah, true.
Just to guarantee you reach whatever trashable or agendas in the back there. The only thing I have to worry about is with ice on all servers, Audrey does run the risk of getting locked out, but this deck's also on things like crew, so it has ways to trash ice entirely and then restart that Audrey engine. Right. With 6 cards HQ and 14 cards left in R&D, you imagine Centrals have got to be pretty dense soon.
Yeah, there's a lot of agendas that haven't. There's a lot of agendas that have not been accounted for yet. Yeah. We'll see where they are potentially.
I imagine Man in the Moon has to run server 1 because if it's a humanoid, that will completely get Faceless back in the game.
Potentially, it definitely feels like you want to run. You'd love to see a Gourmand or something here. Don't know if this deck is running Gourmands. 3 Steel Skins in the bin, 2 Twinnings. This is the moment when you really hope that you're running Ashen, but we'll see. Going for it with 2 clicks left. I assume going to.
Double click.
I assume not going to double click, but you never know.
Yeah, looks like he's thinking about it. You could even take the core too if you have Steel Skins. Steel Skins maybe all accounted for, but Strike Funds in hand. Okay, looks like we are picking a card and using the Audrey counter. Which seems fine because you'll probably get it back with the trash. Yeah, there it is.
Finding the humanoid, trashing the humanoid. Great play because you do not want that humanoid to fire. That immediately puts Faceless in a much better position with money, resources, cards, everything you could want.
I also just noticed that Man in the Moon has 2 core damage, which implies that he has taken this Boomy core twice this game.
I don't see any cards that could give you core damage, so sounds like it.
And sometimes that's just what you need to do. You can't waste a click and be precious about your cards against a deck that can go as fast as PD. Yep. He just said in the chat, 2 core was forgotten. He has to pick 2 cards.
Has to dish an Audrey and a Botulus here, which hurts. Faceless drawing up.
There's the YDL.
There's the YDL. Not nearly as good as you wanted it to be, but at least now you have some money.
Oh, and a second YDL. Okay. I mean, starting your turn from 2 credits and ending at 11 is nothing to sneeze at. Pretty good. Right. It's definitely looking pretty good for Hoshiko, but without any multi-access or things like Gourmand, it's going to look tricky to have a way to get in and trash it. Okay, but a botchless on the ablative is perfect. It means that he can start running R&D every turn.
Yeah, he can just keep hitting it now, and that's dangerous because... Oh, and trashing a humanoid resources with another Audrey counter, which hurts. 2 Audrey counters mean you can get in basically anywhere. Getting back in, gonna see another card. Also, the corp is now down to 11 cards left in the deck. You have to imagine that there's an agenda in... There's agendas in HQ or archives at this point. But you don't really want to check those. You don't really want to check HQ without having some way of sweeping it.
Exactly, because if you whiff and waste Audrey counter, that's how you sort of get yourself locked out. But thankfully with this botchless R&D, you should be free picking soon. Looks like we're playing an LC, maybe to dig even deeper past what we've seen. I imagine the Faceless would love to push server 1, but want something like a Managarm to help defend it, or a stronger ice. You can't
install a non-agenda from hand, putting another ice on server 1. Now that won't potentially protect you from the Audrey, because the Audrey can get through 2 different pieces of ice.
So
you have 11 credits.
Like
that's
Managarm behind MIC. Tricky position for Faceless here.
There's a lot of things that could potentially save you, but you have to actually find them.
Now Man the Moon goes for a think. You assume that with 2 Audrey counters, you can most likely get through River 1. So I wonder, I guess a Fly Swatter would be the worst case here.
All right, simulship, and going for it. MIC.
Okay. Oh, but MIC is pretty good because if you lose a click, the MIC click ability, the trash ability, will just fully stop the run.
Yeah, you do
so
have to.
I assume you have to use both Audrey counters.
You have to use both Audrey counters here. That will potentially keep you out with 6 credits. There is the possibility of just letting it fire. However, you do have the simulships. Now you don't have a good way to use them, so you would have to trash the Audrey, which would obviously hurt a lot. But you could use them to get through. All right, getting through.
You could also flicker back the Audrey and get a counter with.
True. You could actually, that's pretty good. Flickering back the Audrey and then seeing that. However, you do not have a way. Well, yeah, you don't have a way to increase the Audrey strength anymore.
Oh yeah, we don't have cards in hand anymore.
No cards in hand. That core damage coming in important here. So no way through here. However, you did bring the corp down to 3 credits, which could potentially matter, depending on what that.
So maybe they could trash the botchless to move it over and break the end of the run, just to get through safely, or just to get through for sure.
Could bring back the botchless, yeah. Oh, looks like we're gonna do it. So yeah, bringing back the botchless on there, and then bringing back the Audrey, I presume, at the end of turn. That will let you in. And it's an off-world office. That's 6 points. Yeah. Took most of your cards to do it, but it did work. Now you are at... Now, the runner is currently at 2 credits and 9 cards in the stack. Oh, and there's the game.
And there was an sneakily hidden there.
Was hoping we'd see a fight for your life at the end there, but nope. It was just in the... It was just in the bin. Hurts.
Realizing something? Oh, I think Faceless realizing it was a draft or an archives. So it could have possibly saved the agenda? But then, yeah, they're saying Simulship back. Could bring back another...
Simulship would bring back... Yeah, there's a 3rd botulus in the bin. Simulship could have brought back a 3rd botulus, and that would have got it. Yeah. But GG, good game. Well done. All right.
Good game.
So yeah,
really cool, like, tempo HB today that we've seen, like, just, like, going fast, throwing blows left and right. Yeah, really cool to see.
Some really fun stuff. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me. That was a really fun round. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to help out with commentary.
Yeah, thanks for having me. All right. Have a great next round.
All right. Yeah. I'll see you around. And then in just a bit, we will be returning with guest Milanomi for commentary for a round. All right. I will see you then.
Bye, everybody.
And hello, welcome back. It is now round 5 of the tournament, and I just realized I didn't change the text on the previous round that said round 4. So I'll do that now before the next round so that I don't mess it up again. I am Juniper Theory, she, her, and I am joined now for one round by, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I am Melanomi or Aura, she, her, long-time troublemaker, first-time commentator. So
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Glad to have you here. And if we look at the standings after after 3 rounds apparently, but so far, if we look at the pairings, we can see who won. Prof Wako. Who are the 4 people who were at 9? It is Faceless, Man in the Moon, Thomas Haas, and Prof Wako. And of those people, Man in the Moon beat Faceless and Thomas Haas. So Thomas Haas and Man in the Moon are currently the only 2 players at 4 total wins. So very, very good place for them to be.
the
Place we
powerful
definitely
decks
want
are
to be.
still at the top, but I'm seeing a lot of diversity just beneath them, and that makes for a very exciting tournament, I think.
There's a bit of diversity. It's a fun way to show out the last meta. I've had my thoughts on this meta and I've made them clear before, but either way, it's just about over. This is soon. There will be new cards, and it will be exciting. I'm very excited to see it, and it's glad to see all of these decks still finding ways to innovate and do interesting things during the current meta.
Yeah, I was off of the current meta for a little bit, and then I start the stream, see Tremolo go like, oh my god, what happened? Is this a parallel universe? Have we moved somewhere where like Tremolo is good? And it turns out, yeah, apparently, cybernetics are great.
I refuse to believe that cybernetics are quote unquote great, but I'll believe they're better than expected. And I'm excited to see where things end up after this, because we're at the end of a meta. There's a lot of stuff that has been banned and a lot of stuff that's still moving into the format as like maybe this is viable now that other stuff has been banned. Having an influx of new cards, I'm curious to see what will last. Will people still be playing Tremolo after we get new cards? Will people still be playing all of these specific things?
Yeah, this is like such a pleasure to see. Even the decks that you've seen over and over again just piloted this deftly. Like every time I see one of these big tournaments, CBI or Worlds, I was kind of out of the game for a little while this year for a bunch of reasons, and so seeing people play good Netrunner, even if I couldn't be around myself with a good Netrunner, was like a pleasure. And I'm really looking forward to the meta shift. Without saying anything, that art, we've seen a bunch of art from the new set, and we've seen a bunch of names from the new set, and I am so excited. It looks like everything is a banger.
Yeah.
And I am barely in my skin, just vibrating. But before that, having a Luster Rat to this meta also looks really good.
I've seen every card in the new set, and I gotta say, people are going to freak out about the Shaper card that says you win the game if you play 3 programs in 1 turn. Just like I shouldn't have said that. Oops.
Oh jeez. Come on, the surprise.
Shapers never install 3 programs in 1 turn, so it's definitely like a big thing if that happens.
Never happened.
Yeah. Looks like the table 13 from last round is taking a bit to finish, so we will see how that goes. For now, we'll take a look at the standings again, just the general amount of the tournament. We've got, as I've discussed before, runner side, Hoshiko and Sable. We've seen a couple of different variations on Sable, but very much is it's a lot of people are running the Tremolo build, or I think we've seen the same person running the Tremolo build twice, but still it's fun. Sable's always good. You're just always going to see Sable in any tournament. And then Hoshiko is Hoshiko. As long as Hoshiko and Lat remain unbanned, Hoshiko and Lat will be the most common Shaper and Anarch 100%. In almost all formats. Not always, but
Turns out having an almost unconditional gain a click's worth of value in
Yes.
all your AD is more powerful than most of the other effects in the form.
It is just a very, very broken thing. Then we have on the corpse side, Alco's still the most popular, although a lot of PD, as we said. Below that, nothing. Like everything below Lat, HB, or a PD, Alco, Hoshiko, and Sable is 3 decks or less. Just a tiny amount of decks.
I was
It
seeing these
is-
decks do pretty interestingly because
Yep.
the meta on the runner side is kind of understood, and so I've seen there's tech in these
Yeah.
decks that are kind of targeted, or like these decks are presenting an approach that is not the regular approach. And of course, we see a Yuko again. What if you have more than one click's worth of value on your ID?
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario. I'm curious to see how a lot of these decks are reacting to a meta that is in some ways kind of static. You know what Alco is going to do. You can build your deck assuming there will be mostly Alco at the tournament. And to be frank, it'll pay off if you do. You might not win, but
Absolutely.
it's important.
It's been a good time. The games have been the meta's been kind of like not moving a lot, but I was expecting it because of the smaller card pool. I played in other card games, and when the card pool gets really small, you have to see that there's gaps. There's like things that don't quite work because there aren't the tools, or that work too well because there aren't the tools to fight them, right? So I am looking forward to the new cards, but I was kind of expecting sort of a not an off year, but a year of having to make do, and that's kind of what I saw. But one thing that warmed my heart, even though I never won anything at GNK, is that I never had to dismantle my Seb deck. My little pet Seb deck is there, and it works exactly as well as it did when it came out, and that warms my heart. Even though, of course, we've seen that removing Seb and putting Hoshiko instead would probably have done for a little bit of extra win rate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate how good Hoshiko is, in my opinion.
Yes,
Yeah.
love that girl, but ooh,
Looks like
chill.
we are still waiting on table 4. Oh, nope. The round is finally
There you
finished.
go.
We should be seeing new rounds in just a second. Yeah. Congratulations to Sohm for pulling it out at the very end.
Heck yeah.
So yeah, we'll be seeing standings in just a minute. I'll update on the standings, see how everything's going, and then we'll take a look at the we'll choose a game for the next round. Yeah. Anything specific you'd like to see?
Oh, let's this is interesting. I've not seen a lot yet, so that's sort of my orientation. We've seen a lot of Anarch. We've seen a lot of Criminal. Let's see what Shaper is doing.
We've seen
But
plenty
otherwise-
of Criminal. Definitely could maybe see another Shaper, another Anarch at some point, but Lat sounds like a great idea. All right, pairings should be up in just a second. Are pairings up? Okay, pairings are up. Can we see standings? Standings after 4 rounds. Here we go. Yeah, so a number of players. Wow, that is 11 players on 9 points. As a reminder, only the top 5 players will be making it into the Circuit Breaker finals. The top 5 players from this, and then the top 5 players of the other 2 tournaments, and then the single player who won last year's. That is the makeup of the top 16. So
The harsh reality of the pods is making this competition really fierce, and I am so here for it.
Thomas Haas and Man in the Moon are undefeated, with a number of players at 3 wins. We'll see how things go this round. I'm very curious to see how people do. Any specific game you'd want to watch?
Yeah, we've seen.
How would you feel? Actually, how would you feel about
Oh.
table 2 potentially, if we can? Because that is a
I have
Seb
not seen
versus an
Op in
Ob.
action.
I mean, there is
Yes.
one Ob in this tournament. Let me double check that we can stream.
Yes.
that. Yeah. Do you
Can
mind checking with
absolutely
them?
do.
I believe we've already watched Analyze Chris at some point, but
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
a moment.
that is a very strange game that I'm very down to check out.
ask table 2 real quick.
Yep, go ahead. In the meantime, yeah, it is exciting to see an Ob in the top list. It's exciting to see some variation in the top list as of now. There's a Seb, there's a Leo, there's an Ob. It's not just the popular decks. Although usually people who show up at a tournament with something unique are more prepared to do something interesting because they spent more time pushing on their decks, I've found. That, or you find people who are all part of one testing group and have all bought the same deck and are all very excited to show off the horrifying thing they've done with PD or something.
And apropos of horrifying things, we can see Op in action because the players are perfectly fine with that.
Okay, cool. So we're good to stream that game?
Yep, table 2.
All right, let's go to table 2 then. Cool. There we go. So yeah, this is a Seb versus an Ob. Two rather non-standard decks. I'm very excited to see what they're doing here. Ob could be just a fast advance, could be something much stranger. We saw Mutually Assured Destruction deck earlier, which is not something I've seen in a very long time. So who knows? And then Seb, I mean, you usually know what Seb's doing, but it's very fun to always see. Yeah. Watching Seb is always fun.
Watching Seb is fantastic. Playing Seb means having to deal with the fact that the money on the Anarch side, if you don't have gain credits on your ID, can get really tight and you can get really wound up in trying to get your friend of a friend or other ways to try and make use of Seb's ability while at the same time making sure that you have the money. So that can be kind of rough. I've had many a game where most of it was spinning my wheels, and we're gonna see what happens when Seb is piloted by somebody with a little more skill.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this looks like. Excited to see how they play against each other. Hopefully, Seb has a number of asset spam tools in this because usually you're playing a lot of assets. There's also, you have to be prepared to deal with some of the big trashables. There's almost certainly, I'll guess, the Ob is playing a humanoid resources because that's a really good card in Ob right now. We'll see what else might be in this deck. I'm excited to find out. Yeah, should be good to go in just a minute. It looks like it'll be,
Wonderful.
yeah, about 1 minute. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of cards that we've seen in the new set. What, any cards in the Card Fan you think are super cool? Assuming you haven't seen them. Assuming you haven't actually seen the full cards. I've seen all the full cards, so I shouldn't say too much.
This is probably where I have to say out loud that I am a writer for No Signal games, so yeah. I have seen all those cards, even the parts that are not visible.
Well, here, without saying why, which is your favorite card in the Card Fan?
Ah, dang! Oh! Why would you make me choose between my children? Wow!
I'll give my answer because my answer's simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
My answer is Sacrifice Zone expansion, and the reason for that is already in the Card Fan. Yes. In public agenda. I love public agendas.
It does have the so much. Showing.
Yeah. We already know
Touchstone.
Touchstone. Interesting.
Yeah.
Don't say anything about it. Don't spoil anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
I will say this. Some people in SG would have said, "Why not Bélier?" And I'm gonna say no, Touchstone.
Okay. All right, we're getting to the round. Game has started. Ob immediately playing installing 3 cards. Meanwhile, Chris immediately playing the price, losing Audrey, Devil Charm, and Friend of a Friend, and a Steel Skin. So Steel Skin's going to draw, which is great. Yep. I assume we're going to see installing the Friend of a Friend and not the Audrey is interesting. You want to get Audrey down quick usually. Taking a tag, using it to install a second Friend of a Friend. Okay, so that's a lot of money. Starting the game out with just as much money as possible. I'm wondering if we're going to see an Audrey in hand, which is why we didn't get the Audrey installed there.
Yeah, very likely. But again, Seb can get really tough if you cannot get your money situation figured out. So I am not surprised by a very aggressive start. Making sure you can use the UID, making sure that you have the tools to remove the tag, and making sure you have the money. And also very aggressively making sure that the corp at least spends something.
Right. So forcing the res and trashing the friend of a friend to get rid of the tag on. And this is what Seb can do. You're on 17 credits on turn 2, on turn 1. That's so good. That's so much money. You fiddled with a bunch of cards and did a bunch of funny tricks. All right, trashing a Mavirus to immediately get a Regolith and then get all of your money too helps regain the money you lost for the mask. And you have this Regolith behind mask. Great thing. Also, if you fill out this Regolith, you'll be able to get something that costs 1, I'd presume a humanoid resources, but who knows what it could be. Right? Installing a Devil Charm.
Oh, yeah.
And
sometimes you have to eat a Maskirovka, and it is the worst possible thing in the world. But sometimes, yeah, you have to eat. You have to eat a small piece of ice with your chisel charm, or usually the crew charm, because of
I was wondering what you meant by eat. I was like, I mean, running into a mask isn't that bad, but no, yeah, if you mean destroy it, it definitely you want to feel like you're doing something more than that. However, getting rid of ice at the beginning of the game always feels good because you can just make sure that there isn't so much there that it is locking you out in a way.
Yeah, the Corp here probably thinking about whether they want to hit the humanoid or another one coster here. Really thinking about it, which I very much understand. Oh, extract.
Getting rid of that to install Castleroid. I mean, it makes sense. It costs 2, so it's something you can get with an extract on a 3. Putting it on HQ is interesting. It implies a lot about HQ, which is a little bit worrying. Like, I mean, once again, you have 2 ice on HQ and nothing anywhere else, and you're not against Criminal. Seems to kind of shout, "Hi, I'm flooded," which is a scary thing to shout.
This Cassandra will do so much work, unfortunately. You cannot just easily put in bottles on top of it and just come in, and you cannot trash it. Oh, look at that!
Oh, wow. Finding a measured response.
And measured.
Yep, blowing that up. Getting rid of the measured response is going to be good. That also, more importantly, gives you some knowledge. You now know that this ob is playing measured. You know that that's something you need to worry about. Seeing a measured always feels really good just because you can say, okay, thank goodness, I know what I'm up against.
Yep. But at this point, it's such a powerful card, kind of out of context, that if I see a Wayland deck, I am pretty much always playing around it.
Yeah, I mean,
it is kind of rare that it's not in the package somewhere.
Yeah.
I really like the setup turn. Lago is one of the unsung heroes of this deck. You just draw. Sometimes it even saves you from kills. And we've seen a kill tool, so this is probably the correct moment to deploy it. But it's also getting dicey.
Also looking for tools here. Lago's also going to help you draw a lot. You can trash something here to draw. Yep. Oh, wow, trashing.
Yeah, these players are really playing at top speed.
They're playing very fast. Both of them know exactly what they're up against. They're against 3 transfers. Oh, yeah, no, almost certainly the Seb deck is running 3 transfers, right? About that.
Yep, that's most likely why the HQ was the only ice was the only one installed.
Kesselrod cannot be crewed. You have to have an Audrey out to deal with that, or a Botulus. Yeah. Seeing
this will be a major roadblock.
Good thing to see with a Gourmand, because you can blow it up with that for cheap. Having to discard a Strike Fund and a Lago at the end of your turn. Strike Fund feels a little bad because you don't get the value out of it, but from just discarding it at the end of your turn.
Yep. Sad. Most of these decks are running Ashen, so I do expect it to come back, unless you're unlucky and you end up exiled. You end up removing it from the game with the Ashen, which is never a good feel. Yeah. I really love when you can see that these players sort of have their decks underhand and are really pushing.
All right. Buffer Drive.
Another key piece for Seb. Discarding the Valentina.
Valentina, I mean, it feels good. It feels good to get a credit every turn when you get rid of a tag, but it's not that important necessarily, especially when you're already on 11 credits and you have a lot. The Ob is really struggling right now. Does not have anything on the board. Doesn't have anything out there. I mean, both players don't, but the Ob, I feel like you really want to be doing a little bit more than this. You do have 25 credits, though. Never mind. I forgot that you have 25 credits. 25 credits could do anything.
They're fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just going very slowly, which is a problem because if Seb finds the tools to get in, then that's a different game. And we see that the Devil Charm is half there. That could be used to keep R&D open. We've seen quite a lot of click to draw from both sides, so Lagu will do a lot of work if the Corp tries to set up. So I'm. This is a game where I wouldn't say necessarily that either player has the upper hand, but the runner he is poised to push, which is very interesting. Who's the big down? We see a lot of thinking here from.
Yeah, moving from going at incredibly fast speed to just sitting and thinking about all possible actions.
Yeah, if you're flooded, this is a pretty. You have to think very carefully about your next moves because time may be very limited.
Yeah.
Yep, respecting the praxis.
Doing that there. Could also see an arrow, which would be a difficult thing.
There it is.
There is the crew, and there is the leech. That'll get you into places, but it won't get you through the Kesselroyd. You need the Audrey for that, and there's one Audrey in the bin, and that's it. This deck, I don't know what breakers this deck has. Does this deck have Botulises? Does it have Audreys? Like, what is the plan for dealing with a Kesselroyd? I don't know.
It's probably the Audrey. I largely most of these breaker suites I've seen.
Right.
We've set up. We've drawn with the Lagu, and we are eating. We're eating.
And you're putting these guys down,
Gourmand is eating wage workers.
The runner is immediately going on and running on all of that, blowing it all up with Gourmand, and ending with, my goodness, 8 cards in hand. Note that the Corp is at 26 cards. Well, there's the Audrey. Would love to see that beforehand. Well, the runner is at there. That's another Marrow. We've seen a number of Marrows in this tournament. So not using the normal console, but instead using Marrow. I'm assuming this is for hand size reasons, that your plan is to survive a measured response or something just by having enough hand size, because this does give you +3, which puts you at 8, but you do take 1 core damage, so it only puts you at 7 technically. That is the Audrey, though. It does also give you a little bit of sabotage, which could matter.
Being able to be above a kill invalidates so many Mindscapes and Measureds and end of the lines in some of these decks. I'm not surprised that the pivot has happened. It's been a very kind of rough spot for the Seb deck to figure out which console to use, because none of them really feel correct. Unlike, say, a Keiko.
I feel like Seb's normal console feels the most correct, but not by much. And
we're trying to get into R&D, and we have.
So here's the first mask. Now you do not have a leech counter, so you will have to Devil Charm crew. If you could take 2, you
can double crew.
And you can play something. You would take 2 tags though, but Devil Charm crew does do it, and that will also put a counter on the Audrey, which means you can start doing things. Well, no, wait, because Audrey's just accessing. Never mind. Yeah.
Yep. That little you are accessing is the bane of every Seb player.
Yeah. So hopefully something there. So yeah, using the Devil Charm and then going to crew this ice to get through.
And notice that Seb is now back down at 3. This is the money problems I was talking about. This is where you have to be very careful about what your next steps are. And a Neru coming down from the Seb ability. Probably banking on touching something here.
Gonna see 2 cards. Would love to. Alex Chris would definitely love to see something here. Just payoff for that trash actually not feeling like it's worthless to go down to 1 credit and be tagged and have all this stuff
Unfortunately,
going
I
on.
see Chris really thinking about it. So something may have gone a little wrong.
Choosing to
Oh,
pay 1 to trash Antel excavation project. So I assume that
yeah.
means you are not going to be able to pay to remove the tag, which probably doesn't matter. Oh, nope, never mind.
Mhm.
Using
We have used the strike fund click of sleep.
Audrey to trash the strike fund, I believe.
Yep.
And then using that to
Clear the
get
tab.
money, which you could use to clear the tag. That is really good.
Yep. Well, it's good, but we are bankrupt, and you can tell that I have the side of the Seb deck here just from
True.
how much Seb I have played.
True. But you do having that counter on the Audrey means that you can start just running with that from now on. The main thing that I think Chris wants to look for next is just having 5 credits to play the Ashen Epilogue that is inevitably within the last few cards of the deck, because there's no way this deck isn't running Ashen. Yeah.
And we're only down to 5 cards in the stack, so it has to be either seen or hiding at the very, very bottom of the deck. But the money is tight. The money is always tight inside. That's what being an activist must be like. Sorry.
Oh.
And we're seeing the op being very slow and methodical here. There's 22
Very
credits
thoughtful.
is a very good. It's
You
a very
have
good
22
caution.
credits. However, the runner can conceivably get in basically anywhere. The crew, having a crew and a single leech counter and an Audrey means that you would need to have 2 ice, and both of them have to be like above 3 strength at minimum to keep a server safe, which doesn't feel like the Ob has right now. I'm not sure exactly what the Ob's plan is. We've seen a number of cards. We've seen Measured Response, Excavator, Wage Workers, all stuff that just kind of points to regular Ob things. But I'm curious where exactly what the end goal is, if this is more of a fast advanced deck or what exactly might be happening.
Yeah, Wage Workers points at either FA or never advance. So we should be seeing eventually op put up a decent remote. But yeah, they just spend too much time. There's still a window because of how complicated the economy is on the SEB side, but again, the pressure is high.
All right. Putting a card in server 6 that will let you draw. A card with Lago. We have not seen Ashen in an archives yet, so it is somewhere in the hand or the deck. So many cards in hand right now.
And then they can install in 7, probably a Doctor.
My boss has been Doctor. Corp is only at 20 cards. I mean, it feels like the Corp is going fast. We've been through a lot of cards, but the Corp is barely going anywhere, honestly.
Yep. The game has to be in HQ, right? We've seen so many cards being drawn, so very few cards being installed.
Not sure. I mean, there are some cards in archives. There's potentially a spin. All right, we see a Stavka. Ooh, okay, Stavka. So this can still be dealt with, but it's going to take 3 cards from hand.
We have the cards, thankfully.
Yeah, you have the cards to do it, but it is going to take a lot.
There was a wall-to-wall behind it, so this run is now
basically pointless. You're now losing your Audrey counter for nothing, which really hurts. You can't even crew this. You'll be able to crew it later, but I presume it won't last long enough to be crewed. It will probably be extracted or something else like that. Oh.
And you have lost the virus counter on the Audrey without any way to replace it. We're running the Doctor, but of course the Doctor is gonna just spin some stuff. Not a great spot. Still, we have made it really hard for the Corp to push unless they find this second piece of ice, which is not unlikely. There it is.
Nothing there, and then nothing on server 6. There we go. Cool.
Yep.
All right. So that's going to keep the Audrey out at this point. I presume server 8 is a another spin, because otherwise you would not be putting something naked on the table right there like that can be trashed by runner. Oh, that's interesting though. The rising tide can break a barrier. If this is a barrier, it is. It's a mass. Okay. So rising tide pays at least 3, possibly 4. Pays everything. Then you can just crew the Stavka to trash it.
Correct.
You don't even have to install thing.
We see maybe taking a tag. We see Hannah coming down.
Installing Hannah. Finding
It's
a
a base.
Okay, you don't have the credits to trash that. That hurts.
Yep, but we have now reopened at least the remote server.
And you did get the Hannah down, so you can start using that again. Using Hannah here is safe, because even if it's a spin doctor, it's basically meaningless. I want this to be bite.
Yeah.
It's not going to be bite, but imagine if it was bite. Just imagine how cool that would be.
Now I'm imagining what can op like trash to make to put a bite down.
Letting the spin doctor get accessed. Oh, that's a good point. The runner only has 1 credit, so can't actually trash the spin doctor yet.
Yeah, this I can see calling a bluff, but otherwise, thankfully it was free. Hannah gives us back the click, and if there's no ice, you can be guaranteed to not take the tag. So, and we've gone to the bottom of the stack. So now it is Chris's job to figure out how to
trashing a strike fund just to get money. Presumably, somewhere in hand is the Ashen that is going to reset the whole deck and give you all your gourmands back that you so desperately want. We'll see how it goes.
And we know it can be played next turn. Even if the corp somehow landed a measured for value here, you could always redraw. You could always buffer drive the Ashen and then redraw the money and the Ashen. So
you have options here. I mean, an Azef would definitely be rough, because it would mean you lose the buffer drive, which just is nice to have. But we'll see. Use the spin doctor to draw 2 cards, presumably looking for an agenda that you can base out.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. This will probably be scored instantly, I presume. Drawing the last card of the deck. It's Wage Workers. Okay. Well, yeah, because you can install advance, and get another click.
We can, in fact...
wow! Slash and Burn to score out Basalt!
Yep.
Wow! That is an incredible play right there, and you can get the Slash and Burn back with the Basalt counter. Ooh, and that makes measured response that much scarier, because now every measured response that's in the bin is a measured response that's in hand. That is very, very bad news. However, we still aren't on measured response time yet. We still we still haven't hit the point where you have to worry about that yet, technically, because neither player has scored 4 points.
Once again, the money situation on the Seb side has taken a window that was possibly open and forcibly closed it.
Well, it's more open now because you just played Sure Gamble. So
yep, we should be seeing the Ashen right now, right? Oh,
going to Arrow first. Now the Corp is on 6 credits, so now's a pretty good time to try and do this, to try and force a res. Not going to do anything, so we're going to see 3 cards. Oh, Arrow is online now. That's actually just realized that Arrow is now online.
Yep.
Trashing a measured response, not. It's not bad, because the Corp needs to now choose between the 2 measured responses and the Slash and Burn we know is in archives. The Corp can't get all of them back. And also it puts a counter on Audrey, which is obviously very good. You do not have a tag you need to get rid of, but lots of ways to do that. feels bad to not get a agenda of some point there, especially with you now being down.
This is kind of the tense moment where you're like, should I put myself in? Should I play the Ashen and spin the wheel? See what I get.
Getting rid of the tag, and with 1 click left. Now we could see the Ashen here, but that would put you down to 0 credits, so it's very dangerous. Instead, we're going to lose Strike Fund. Now Ashen feels a little bit better because you have 2 credits afterwards, but see how this goes. 1 card still in the stack. Now, technically, this is a thing I forgot. You actually can abuse a little bit about Netrunner here, because Buffer Drive also puts your Strike Fund at the bottom of the stack. So if you can keep drawing it each turn somehow, like, say, through Solidarity Badge, you can then keep basically gaining 2 credits per turn by trashing it to Audrey every turn. I forgot that you could do that. That is a very fun play that it looks like the set is going for here. A really fun bit that you can do. Not necessarily the best, because it's only 2 credits and now you are out of cards in your deck, but it is quite good.
And it is often, as like, again, the credits are the limiting factor, so any way to put yourself up. Most of the reason the Ashen is played is to be able to cycle back your economy. Or at least that's usually why I play it. So
it is a very fun thing of just being able to get 2 credits per turn forever, even if it doesn't necessarily help you when you're out of all of your cards.
The question now is, can the Corp fast advance before the runner gets set up again? And now with that counter on the Audrey, with R&D only having 1 piece of ice, we've seen that they are not willing or able to res the ice on archives. That's a pretty interesting game right there. I think this. I love how much Netrunner swings. We've seen some pretty big swings in this game.
Yeah, there's been some pretty big swings in this tournament in general. I mean, the game where 5-point turn to win the game, amongst other things, has been it's been a very fun tournament to watch. All right, just clicking for credits with Wage Workers, then putting another ice on archives. Interesting. So presumably with that, hoping to just keep. I'm guessing this is just trying to defend against the Eru. Oh wow! And now a transfer of wealth. Okay, so what are we gonna see? We're going to see. Ooh, okay. Winchester is really bad. I guess you can crew this, and you probably have to. You definitely have to, because otherwise it's going to fire and keep you out, basically. You could potentially let the Trace fire and try and do something with that, but no, the better option is almost certainly to trash it. Yeah. Then using Audrey on the second one. Or no, using a Rising Tide on the second one, which does save your Audrey for the Afshar. Okay.
Yeah, kind of sad having to spend a counter on the Afshar, because you can only ever break 1 of the subroutines here.
Yep, and you are going to lose 2 credits, which does hurt, but it's not the end of the world, and you can get in here. You are also, the Corp is now at 1 credit, so whatever happens, the Corp is going to be completely broke. So after this, you could use Eru, even though you'll take an extra tag. You could just run archives. It's not a great situation for the Corp when you're on 1 credit. Oh my goodness! Okay. Never mind. That changes things dramatically. Okay.
Yep.
So you are now in danger, but also you're 3 points away from winning. You are on game point.
Yep.
Wow.
And we still have 3 clicks, so this is a pretty good place to start a turn in.
This might be where you start just floating tags and just saying, okay, I'm just going to float the tags to just try and score out, because you can see 3 cards. Well, wait, is manual? No, it's first any time you breach. So if you use Eru, you can use it. You can still use it and see 3 cards from R&D, which could just win you the game.
It's the kind of multi-access that you don't have to spend a lot of space for in a deck if you are specifically set.
Keeping the Corp honest here. Finding another agenda.
Yep.
Oh,
We
it
have
was.
6.
Oh my gosh. Was that? I don't think that was the card on top. Because it was just below the card on top, so I don't think that was the card that got milled, but it could have been.
Mm-hmm.
That would mean there was 2 things in archives, and the corp couldn't get them both. Wow. Okay, running again. And now doing the error run. So if you see any agenda in the top 3 cards, that's it. That's game. Wow.
High risk, but at 0 credits on the corp side, this is probably the time.
Trashing a measured response. That's it. Nothing there.
And that charges up your audio again. So now you're at 1 click. I personally would draw up just to require. But even then, if there's an end of the line in the corpse hand, that's still dead because it can be played twice. But actually no. I'm forgetting that the corp is out of credits.
Face
So
down
the
archive
window is
cards are
very
shuffled.
open.
Thank you. Yeah, I always forget that. Yeah, the corp. I don't think the corp has a good way to get back up to 5 credits in measured response here. I don't think so, and it looks like neither does Chris. And we're going to say no. Let's just hit.
Gunners with the
Let's
hand.
just hit HQ. Now that's a little bit worrying because you're basically saying you're going down to 0 credits. So you don't really have any plans or anything. But that's it. No, it doesn't matter if you hit a ball self fire. Wow.
Yeah.
GG.
Chris made the read. Chris made the read that the game had to be somewhere between archives and HQ, and
Yeah.
he also checked R&D for good measure. So
really well done. Great Seb play.
Incredible.
Really fun to see that. I'm so curious if it was actually on Ashen Epilogue or if this was just how the game went. But it was a really great time. Yeah.
Yeah.
How
I
much
love
time is
Seb.
left in the
I love
round?
Seb so much.
Yeah, we have 12 minutes left in the round, so I might just say let's take a break. And
Okay.
yeah, thank you so much for joining me. Probably gonna. I think I'm going to check on another commentator next. But thanks so much for joining me for a round. It was really great to have you commentate.
Thank you for letting me see a Seb game.
Yeah, no, it was really fun. I'm glad we got to watch that. Yeah.
Have fun and Vantage Point first week of March. Look forward to it.
Yes, you'll be able to see things that Milanomi worked on and I didn't because I only do media things.
Yep.
All right.
My words and also a lot of better words from other writers.
Yeah. see you then.
Later.
Well, we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Hello, and welcome back to round 5 of the, or round 6 of the APAC Pod of the Circuit Breaker. I'm Juniper again, and with me today is, with me right now is another guest commentator. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Spider. I'm a relatively new Netrunner player, having played in the last year, but I'm local. I'm from, APAC, and I'm excited to see some really good games, just like the ones we've seen thus far.
You said you've done commentary before.
I have done commentary. I've done commentary for LOR for about a year and a half.
Okay. Well, yeah, here's your exciting chance to see what it's like for Netrunner. Right now, we're looking at the standings, because round should be starting in just a second. Thomas Haas, the only player who is still at undefeated, which is a really good sign. However, there are 5 players at 12 wins. Now, we have 2 rounds remaining, so any player at 9 wins could get to 15. However, if Thomas Haas gets to 18 points and wins this next game, that will put him at a point where no other player can get to him if he IDs. I don't know if people will be willing to intentionally draw with him, but because he's the only player at that point, but it would mean he would be the only player there. All right, let's see what game we might want to play. Probably want to watch something with some 12 players, maybe. How would you feel about potentially maybe
We've
maybe
seen both
table?
Leo and Alco, right?
Maybe table 2?
We've seen both of those on stream.
We have
Table
seen
2
a Leo.
looks good to me.
Yeah, table 2. I don't think we've seen Arjorb on stream. And that is 2 players that are both at 15 wins. If either, or they're both at the 12 wins. If either of them gets to 15, that means they are almost guaranteed to make it. So yeah, would you mind going to table 2 and asking them if they are okay for us to stream them?
I would not mind. I do believe we have seen Ryjob. I believe it was round 2, 3-ish. And
Okay.
it might have been on Alco, but my recollection on that is hazy.
I could be wrong. I'm very forgetful. If it is though,
okay.
Well, we'll watch it again, and this game will be the one where we find out how it goes. The winner of this game is not guaranteed a spot in the tournament, but has a really, really good shot to be in the tournament.
I mean, this is almost like the deciding game for these plays, right? Not necessarily that
If you lose this game,
but
because the cut is so tight, it's only the top 5 players. If you lose this game, you're almost certainly out of the tournament. And if you win it, there's a very good chance you're in the tournament. It depends on how it goes. Right. Also looking at the standings, I'm very glad to see Analyze Chris's Seb so high in the top. On Seb and Leo is such an interesting build, and no one else doing that. We've got that, and then we have Epiphany and a Lat. That's beautiful to see.
There are some good things in the top cut. I really like Seb. Seb's one of my favorite decks. I've spent a lot of time this year playing it, and it feels fluid yet like awkward at times, but like a good awkward, not like a bad awkward. It's a wonderful time to play.
Did you check on that game?
The other player has just joined the chat,
okay.
so I'm gonna ask them now.
Here in just a second. Oh. I guess I'll ask you the question I've been asking. What is your favorite card from the card fan so far? Assuming you don't know what they are.
Fan?
Yeah.
You're just going based off art? The fan.
The list of the cards that they've previewed in the big, like, here's all the upcoming cards from Vantage Point.
You're including the cards we saw during Worlds?
Not including the cards we saw during Worlds. Just these cards. That you can't even see all of. You can see all of one of them. You can see all of Underdome or Regulars, which I do like. But which of these are you interested in, just purely based on the vibes?
They are good for the stream, by the way. I was really excited by the overly expensive NBN card.
Ooh, fun. Hell.
That looks interesting to me, because I haven't played during Sansan, so like I haven't seen like big expensive NBN card. Or at least like I haven't seen a lot of Sansan, at least. The city grid thereof.
Yeah, it's interesting. It definitely brings that to mind. I won't say anything about it because I mean I know all the cards because I do stuff for NSG. But yeah, it is a 6 cost NBN upgrade. Let's see though. Round will begin in just a minute. We've got Jorb and Man the Moon both fighting for making it into the tournament. This round is not a necessarily guarantee, but it's very close. Man in the Moon's a local player. Abraham runs a bunch of tournament stuff in Seattle. A lot of West Coast people are playing this tournament because like it's 10 o'clock for me right now, and the alternative to staying up till 10 o'clock playing Netrunner on Friday night is waking up at 9 a.m. playing Netrunner. And a lot of people are just night owls, so play in this tournament instead. All right, looks like we're going to begin.
It sounds like a chill time. I'm sure it's really fun for people in Seattle. What do you think about this like matchup? Like, what do you think about like how these decks typically fare into each other?
So it's interesting. Hoshiko definitely has one big advantage here, which is the card draw. Aoko can be a death of 1,000 cuts sort of thing. Lots of like damage from Bladderworts, damage from but stuff like that. And Hoshiko does have the big advantage of just being able to draw through that. Additionally, you're often not installing that much ice, and the Hoshiko decks often don't have that many icebreakers. They're doing more ice destruction, which is a lot more powerful, which I think is really good. However, I mean, Aoko's just always really hard to play against. You do something wrong against Aoko and you instantly lose the game, so it could go either way. Arjorb immediately installing 3 cards, just throwing it out on the field.
Was Arjorb our Regenesis into Fuji on turn 3 sort of Aoko earlier? I don't know if that was the case, but we definitely saw one of those.
You would have to
if
check.
If it was Arjorb, we could see something similar.
Yeah.
That is not right now.
That is one of the big things about Aoko. There's so many ways to swing the game so fast. Early Paladin from Hoshiko. Now, that's server 1. This can't be a Regenesis immediately because you don't have a way to put something in the bin immediately. There's no way to do it on the runner's turn, unless this isn't an enemy, but that would be a wild thing to do. Okay, Samaximon. Not the worst thing to see here because it's just a barrier that keeps you out. This is why basically every Hoshiko deck is running, every Anarch deck is running one Rising Tide, one Barrier Breaker. It is going to mean that's a very annoying server to get in, but you can potentially get into it if you need to. Then running on server 2 just to check what it is. Cohort Guidance Program. Okay, yeah.
Sounds like this was a pretty good turn for Man in the Moon, right? You developed 2 of like a good power cards that you won out early. You made them spend 3 credits to Resonance, and you got rid of one of the best like value assets that Aoko has access to. That was a pretty good turn for Man in the Moon. Yeah. I think that worked quite well for him.
It is scary what's in server 1. Ooh, humanoid resources. That is rough. Definitely explains why the Samaximon there is. It immediately gets you back up to 5 credits. It immediately gets you 3 cards. You get to install 2 and play an operation. Now, I don't think the Aoko decks are running many operations, so we'll see if there actually is an operation here to be played. Obviously, sure, Hedge Fund would be great, but we'll see what can potentially be played here. 1 card installed. 2 cards, and do we see an operation? Yes, there's the Hedge Fund. That is really good to see because you can very easily get skunked by. We've seen before multiple times today people getting skunked by humanoid resources by just not hitting an operation in hand or not having enough installables. It's a lot easier to do that than you think, but it's still usually worth it just because you get so much money and so many cards. All right, getting the free Hoshiko draw immediately. Using Nuka to go up to 7 cards. This is
options for Man in the Moon, you'd assume. Like with 7 cards in hand, as Hoshi, you probably have a ton of things you can install, but you got to choose like if you want to run server 1 with these extra cards and accept the 3 damage and see what's there or not. It's sort of like it's a weird spot where you want to see everything that Aoko has, but also like you don't have a lot of money to trash everything. It's very annoying.
This is always one of those really scary points where it's just like, okay, when am I safe to leave things on the table? Because am I missing a line where a server 1 is a Regenesis and I just instantly lose the game? Putting on a Keiko and a Simulchip. We haven't seen any programs, but the Simulchip is now on the table. Using the Paladin credit, that'll start getting you a really good income each turn because you spend the credit and you get the credit from Keiko. Bladderwort on the table, interesting, especially because that doesn't deal damage right now. It's just getting you credits. I mean, credits is nice. Potentially, we're going to see a lot of those credits get spent to make the Bladderwort more difficult. Definitely something that Man in the Moon has to worry about because Man in the Moon has no credits. Oh!
Whoa.
Moonpool?
Are we going to see... if it's an agenda score, that'd be kind of crazy.
Revealing Regenesis and Project Yagi-Yuta to shuffle 2 cards into R&D, putting 2 advancement counters on something, and advancing it.
Come on, another one.
And it's just a score there.
No.
Project Ayuda. Okay, yeah. It's while a lot of cards you do want the dividends, Project Ayuda is one of the least useful. Swap 1 card from HQ with 1 card in the root of protecting the attacked server. It's interesting, but usually the runner's going to jack out or something. It's usually more worth it just to score the point. And then you get to put another thing in server 1, which is very scary. Man in the Moon finally hitting HQ, which has no defenses right now. Smart play.
Gonna see what that last card is. I wonder what is Man in the Moon gonna do for the rest of the turns? Like, you want to install stuff, you want to get the money, but like you're already fairly far behind. At least it seems to me fairly far behind. You've got the Nougat, I guess, but like Bladderwort's gonna start popping off, and you don't have a lot of money to play around with. Now, Hosh normally plays fine with not having a lot of money, but it does get awkward sometimes.
Finding that measured response in HQ, it's scary. Now all Man in the Moon needs is a single fermenter and you're back up on money. Hitting HQ, hitting R&D, I presume just looking for things right now, and then just clicking for credits. Interesting. Yeah. So we're going to let whatever's in server 1 fire. I have a feeling it might get rezzed here in order to force the Bladderwort fire. Nope, once again, Bladderwort just happens. It's just a Spin Doctor. Okay, well, that makes sense. Now, it should be noted that Ardorb still does not have the AU triggers. AU triggers are really important, and usually you can combo them into each other, because the stuff you get with your AU triggers, you're then using to get more AU triggers. But getting that first one can be really difficult, and we have not seen Ardorb get it, and that's going to set you back a pretty fair ways. It really needs to be able to deal just 1 more damage or discard 1 more card from hand. A lot of ways to do it, needs to find one.
Used Spin Doctor to draw twice and then clicking to draw makes me think that like Ardorb really needs to find something specific, or is seeking for something specific. It could just be a cohort to put in server 1, start getting that Alco engine going on. Could be trying to find ice. The draw one does seem a little, I don't know. Spin Doctor into draw again can seem strange if there wasn't anything better.
Shuffling the cohort and the humanoid resources back in implies to me that you're looking for the cohort, because you're putting back in a cohort and a card that could potentially get a cohort. Trying to find those to get them on the table as best as possible. There's the fermenter. That's all of your money problem solved, basically. Now you just need to find some breakers and you are set. With a simul-chip, that's a great card to see.
It is a short gamble. Okay, a lot of the Hosh lists I'm seeing don't typically run short gamble, but it makes sense to click for those credits all the way a couple turns ago to get that short gamble done. Going into Audrey, getting that money, trying to run in final.
Seeing Audrey here. Now, we still don't have a way to deal with this next month, so you're just going to tank the damage. Take all 3. There must be a Steel Skin in hand. Yep. There's the Steel Skin, which will draw you back up to 2. Losing a Twinning, which is a dangerous thing, and an Eru, that's a good portion of your multi-access right there. But it will get you in, and either this is going to be an agenda you can steal, or it is potentially going to be something that you can... or it's going to be something that you can trash, and then get a trigger on Audrey, which will let you keep going.
The self-confidence to trash 2 of the strongest multi-access cards is really interesting to see. There's probably extra in the deck, but that's quite ballsy to say.
Most decks don't run, in my experience. Ooh, the Moon Pool here is interesting because... I think that might have been a mistake, because... Is that purposeful? Oh, I guess it was. Oh, I guess just rezzing the Moon Pool in order to start Bladderwort triggers. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I was wondering why the Moon Pool got rezzed there, because there is it didn't get used. I thought maybe Man in the Moon was or maybe Ardor was trying to use it, but no, it looks like it was just being rezzed in order to start Bladderwort triggers, start hitting with that. Which is a danger now, because you only have 1 card in hand. Not sure
what are you looking for?
I was trying to see what got lost there. Trash a sure gamble, lost another sure gamble.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's a FUT. Okay, so now that's scary, because you can't... To get rid of that, you have to take another 3 damage. And you can't leave it on the table, because if you leave it on the table, it could deal even more damage to you.
Samuxamon is such an annoying card to see as Hosh. Like, yeah, they probably have that 1 Rising Tide, we don't know, but probably. But like, no Botulus to get through, no AI die Icebreaker to get through. So putting like the FUT behind it is such like a power move, basically. Like you have to do so much. Maybe use your whole nuker just to get through it. That's very annoying. And then you also have to spend credits trashing the FUT.
Yeah. It's really annoying, and also just you're going to spend a lot of time looking at it and being like, even when you get your Rising Tide, since it's usually the only Ice Refractor you're playing, you're also playing, you're going to have to pay 3 credits every time to get through it. So it's just really annoying, especially for a deck where you're trying to, often with Audrey, trying to avoid paying any money with that stuff. All right, using Gourmand to trash the Bladderwort makes sense. We'll see if the FUT gets trashed or if we're just going to let it sit. It's not necessarily the worst thing to let it sit because it's only going to be 3 damage. There's no way to score out a Fuji from hand, so you're not in danger of that. It's mostly pretty alright. Looks like we are going to let it sit, so we'll see if somehow our Jorb can take advantage of that. It doesn't mean you don't want to go looking for agendas right now. You don't want to check HQ because you might just start taking a lot of damage if you do.
Normally, when I see an Audrey with 2 virus counters, my thinking is always like, should I purge? Should I prevent like Audrey going through? But if you're looking at the ice that Raijorb has, like one of them, Audrey can't get through anyway. And we don't know what's in front of R&D, but it might be something that we also don't care about preventing Audrey from going through. It's sort of funny to see a ton of virus counters on Audrey and then think, I don't even care. At least for me, I think that's quite a funny thing to see.
Additionally, there's nothing defending HQ right now, and while that could be because could be for a lot of reasons, it does mean that a single Gourmand starts putting counters on Audrey again. Alright, more ice, blocking up every single server. Not a fun place to be, but you can use Audrey to get through this stuff. It just means you're going to have to start using Audrey. You also have to, but in order to use Audrey, you have to deal with what's in server 1. That's one of the biggest strengths of FUT and why it's such a powerful card, is because it just sits there on the table locking you out, basically. Because, okay, you want to go back to your old plan of multi-accessing R&D, can't do that, because you're going to take damage if you do. You want to check the hand, can't do that. No matter where you go, it's going to be a problem. Now, Crew can solve...
We see Crew with the Devil Charm. This is one way to get
through. Crew and Devil Charm can solve the
credits,
Smack problem. And it looks like it's going to.
10 credits, you can get through everything in trash. It's very, very nice.
And then after this, we could just see a run on HQ or such, just to start taking a look, trying to find some things to win with. Although we might also see, I also wouldn't be surprised to see the Simulchip get back the Botulus, or the Fermenter, sorry.
Yeah.
Just for money.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot where you want to use the symbol chip to get fermented just to start that money cycle, but then you're at 3 Audrey virus counters and like 1 fermenter, which 1 fermenter is not a lot, but that is starting to get a little awkward. I don't know if Raijorb will feel forced to purge here, or if it's a good play or not, but you're starting to get to a very annoying Audrey level.
It feels very good to purge here if you can predict that the runner is not going to manage to destroy your ice. Because you could purge and then immediately get hit with like another Crew and a Devil Charm, and then your purge was completely useless. But we'll see. Alright, another server, another ice, another card. Don't know what it is.
Another symbol chip.
Another Simul chip. Gachapon.
Solid play.
Gachapon can potentially help.
So anything rezzed, you can just go through. Like it's
can
very nice
also
to have these cards on field.
Gachapon could also potentially help if you desperately need a Gourmand after this, if you want to use that. There's a number of ways that it could be used. It's very good.
Raijorb thinking if they want to res this ice. Could happen, could not happen. 8 credits is an awkward amount to be on sometimes. Like you can go, if you're going below Hansai review, maybe it's expensive. Is there anything expensive enough actually to do that? Saisentan maybe?
Saisentan, I guess. I can't think of anything that would be an issue that you would want to res, because anything can be dealt with 3 Audrey counters and 3 cards in hand. And if you res something expensive here, you're basically going broke, and I can't imagine that would be worth it. But could be done.
Passing, seeing humanoid and trashing it, beautiful thing to see.
Yeah,
getting rid of a
definitely
humanoid
feels good.
Amazing for Man in the Moon.
4 cards in hand, 4 Audrey counters. Gachapon. There's the purge. There it is. No big surprise there. Immediately triggering the... oh wow, and getting the twinning out. That is the boldness that you said earlier about just being
Yeah.
willing to discard the twinning, and now it's back out. And with everything the way that it is right now, it's got to feel really good. You don't have a way to get through the stuff on R&D. You need to find a way to get through that ice because you've lost your Audrey counter. But if you can find that, really good place to be. And there is a potential way to get through the ice. Is just if you just simul-chip your Audrey back and forth, that does put a counter on it now. Or you could just take 3 damage. Now, this is...
See the enemy, trash something in hand. This is a very good spot for Man in the Moon, I believe. You've got so much setup, while Ryjob doesn't really have much setup at all.
It's an interesting spot, and we're seeing right now, Ryjorb hasn't gotten to trigger the identity ability almost at all this game. This is what I was talking about there, of just like, you just desperately have to keep going and hope that like you get those 2 counters. Now we have 3 counters just from this, but you spent the whole game having basically a blank identity. All right, so
Fuji here.
Oh wow, finding an agenda immediately.
We do see an agenda.
That's
I was
gonna say
bad because now Audrey doesn't get the counter. Like that is awkward in some senses. You can't do the pressure on R&D that you would have wanted to do.
However, you do know that's an enemy, so that's just 1 card in the future, which is not the worst thing. But yeah, I was gonna say like that is a bold play because if you see a Fuji, you just instantly lose the game when you're looking at HQ like that. The sort of gamble that you have to make.
Risks. Yeah, exactly. Like you have to make those decisions. You have to think, well, I still want to get points. I still want to pressure enough. And look, like 2 in 30-ish chance, maybe 5 in 30-ish chance is maybe okay to accept. Oh, we didn't use the 20 counter. Never mind, just 2 or 3 or whatever.
Okay, yeah. I think just 1 card. So yeah, it's a very low chance of losing. Has to be scary to see an agenda and just be like, oh my goodness, what if I saw something slightly different? Oh
yeah.
Ardrorb thinking about options here. Probably really struggling against this, trying to figure out how do I stabilize this. This is one of my big problems with Alco, and one of the reasons I don't play it. The other reason is because I don't like it, but the other reason is because it can just kind of brick like this if you can't get those early cohort guidance programs, those early little sources of damage off. If you can't get an early Hansai review and such, you can really suffer. It works really well if you can get them off, but if you can't, it can really struggle. Still, definitely lots of ways to pull it back, though. It's only 2-2 right now. And Ardrorb does have 10 credits.
We see the Hansai review to get the money back, and we could easily see 2 installed cards here, trying to put things more on the table, trying to be a little annoying, just like we see in Server 5. So Ryjob's definitely not out of this. I mean, getting that Hansai review, I think, helped a lot, especially getting that next Alco counter, hopefully getting like their cohort again.
And Man in the Moon does not currently have a way to deal with this ice. It doesn't have a way to deal with any of this. Server 6 has to be a Spin Doctor because otherwise installing it there would be an incredibly bad move. But Man in the Moon does not currently have a way to deal with ice that isn't just running through the enemy. And while that will work, it does cost you a card. It is very dangerous to do. Now you can flicker you can flicker the Audrey, which does help a lot. Flickering the Audrey puts 1 counter on it, which is enough to get through most things. Not all things, and it could still suffer, but it is enough to get through most things. You also really need a way to spend those Paladin counters. You're going to want that pretty soon, especially because that's what's putting money on your twinning. You just need more cards in general, which is the problem you always end up against when you're playing against Alco, is you're just running out of cards. You just need more cards.
Man in the Moon, really thinking on this turn, definitely having a lot to consider. I'm curious what you think is going on in Man in the Moon's mind. Like, I assume it's some relationship between draw, run HQ to get the Audrey counter to then run 5.
Definitely assume that Man in the Moon is currently saying, how much do I want to draw here? How much do I want to draw before I go for things? Because there's a lot of reasons to potentially draw up. There's more anemones, there's Fujis, there's just having enough cards to deal with stuff. Oh, wow, it's a Moon Pool. Interesting. So not a Spin Doctor. Are we going to see anything happen?
It does the same thing as Spin Doctor. It does prevent the Audrey. It does sort of put something out in the open, but it is awkward to do it potentially.
Right.
It costs way more than Spin Doctor does.
Are you going to put a counter on anything? Or are you just putting the power counter on itself? It looks like... Wait. Okay, so it's just being used to trash a card from hand just to put a counter on Aoko. That's interesting. That is not what you want to be doing with Moonpool, but Works. Oh, revealing. Okay, never mind. Using revealing Fut and Regenesis, shuffling both of those back in. So that was basically a Spin Doctor, and then putting one advancement counter on Ice. Does Moonpool have to be an advanceable card? No, it can be any card. So there's no reason to believe that card is advanceable. That card.
What if this is the list that runs an advanceable Ice?
What if this is the list that runs a single logjam for some reason?
I mean, you got to get down to Bladderwort sometimes. Like, you just have to spend a ton of credits. Maybe that's how they do it. You make them run R&D and then you res it.
Ooh, okay, Botulus feels very good here.
Enemy,
although, I mean, you never know. What's the last card in hand going to be? Is this going to be the Fuji that loses you the game? I hope so. Not because I want Abraham to lose, but because that would be an incredibly funny thing to happen. And I'm always here for the funniest possible option. No, it's another measured response. Okay, that feels great to Gourmand. And now you've got a counter on Audrey. That feels exactly what you wanted to see. Ugh.
So Man in the Moon's feeling good.
Yeah.
Empty hand for Rajob. I mean, there is an outgo, so we will see the hand fill up very, very quickly. But Man in the Moon's got good setup. Finally has the Forest counter on Audrey, has Fermenter ticking up, which can be purged again, but still feeling pretty good.
2 twinning counters.
Choose to draw with the twinning.
Yep. And has the ability to get into R&D, presumably. We don't know what it is, but it is a good situation to be in. Going to run on server 5. See what this potentially is.
Was this the same Ice we didn't see resed earlier? I believe it was. When there was Audrey counters. So probably very similar thoughts by Rajob, choosing whether to res or not. Chooses not to.
Finding a Regenesis! Oh, wow. Okay. That's an interesting play because it means that the Regenesis that got moonpooled was probably a bluff, at least a bit of one. Like, there is presumably a Fuji in Archives given that. It might not be, could be something else, but presumably there's something in Archives, and the shuffling back into Regenesis was just an amount of, like, I'm just going to bluff this out. That's my guess, though. It could be that the Regenesis was the second card that was going to be scored. It was just going for 2 points. Not sure. Lots of options, though, but seeing the Regenesis on the board there and taking it feels good.
If Rajob doesn't draw a Spin Doctor or a Moonpool, you would sort of assume that Man in the Moon's immediately going to run Archives next turn and see if he can steal the next 2 points. Again, obviously, net damage could occur and it could be really scary, but I sort of expect that. So Rajob really needs to find those 2 cards, or as you said, massive bluff. It was just 2 Regenesises, and there's never been a Fuji in Archives.
Yeah, I definitely would draw up first because you're expecting maybe 4 points of damage if that's on an enemy followed by a Fuji, but still. Yep. Oh yeah, that's a good point from chat. Did not put the advancement counter on the Moonpool to try and pretend that it was not an agenda, which is a very smart play, a very good bluff that unfortunately did not pay off.
Install on server 5.
Installing server 5, advance twice. Scoring a hybrid release. Okay, I presume this is just going to flip the... Oh, install 1 face down card from Archives. Not sure what this could be. We have 4 face down cards in Archives, so that could do basically anything here. I wonder if it'll actually happen.
Yeah, I assume Rajob's kind of hoping for, again, that cohort, maybe a humanoid, but it could be really cute to try. You can pick an agenda with this, right? You can pick a face-down agenda. And we know there is a face-down, well, we assume there's a face-down agenda thanks to Regenesis. So you could try and do it that way. But again, then Man in the Moon can probably get into the server.
Man in the Moon is only on 6 points. You could try and do Fuji and an enemy to just try and kill really fast and go for it, but... Man in the Moon does have to play around measured. There are measured, however, we do know that at least 1 measured is in Archives. That is true. If Ardrub draws a measured, that would be an instant kill here. Yeah. Because we aren't at threat 4. You're right, yeah. So if we hit threat 4, that is a thing. So it also could be Ardrub is trying to bait out a measured. Like, if that's a Fuji and you get Man in the Moon to steal it, and you have a way to get a measured, which... is going to be rough. Your hand has been swept many times at this point, but if you have that, that does just win you the game on damage, because it's very hard to get up to enough cards to defend against a Fuji afterwards. The fermenter's a big problem in that scenario, though. Because that just gives you the money to pay for it. Man in the Moon drawing up.
We see a click to draw. I kind of expect we'll see another click to draw, just trying to set things up, but we never know. You are right. Man in the Moon is in a very awkward position, having to play around like all of the measured responses you could be scared of, and also getting the Fuji. Like the idea that you could just die from having 5 cards in hand by last click running is a little bit scary.
Yep.
We do see a run in, probably trying to get another Audrey counter, see if there's anything in hand. But again, if there's an agenda, it gets really scary.
Yeah, you do have the 10 credits, so you should be able to defend against anything, but... Oh, wait, nope. Okay, there we are. So we are now at the point. Now, we know that the other card in hand is a petty cache, though, so being able to see both cards in hand makes that pretty safe with the twinning, which is probably why we saw both cards in hand there, because you want to check if there's a measured response. Because if you did hit an agenda or something, that's dangerous. And then here we go, going to check archives and try and get that last point. Because if it is a Fuji, you are now no longer in danger of that. It is a Samak. Okay. So the only way through this is just to take 3 damage, which is very dangerous. Technically
Yeah, it's
doable here, I
dangerous,
think.
but
Yep.
I think I personally would take this. I think you're so expecting to see a Fuji in here, and like 2 credits means it's really hard to get double measured because you have the 10 credits to afford it. But let's see what happens. I'm so excited.
And there's the Fuji. There it is. That's game. GG. Yeah. Very well played by Arjorb. Was playing to all possible outs, but just kept getting shut off by a deck that is incredibly well tuned and well done. Congratulations to Man in the Moon. Well done. Well done to both players. That
Abraham
was a really
really
fantastic
good.
game. Yeah.
Abraham
really
was
good.
especially really good at getting rid of the assets. Like that early cohort that what happened on like turn 1 that was able to be trashed, like decided the game without, really obviously seeing that it
And
would.
really good at
Rigel
taking...
trying the best. Sorry,
Yeah. Really good at taking gambles when you needed to take gambles that if you didn't take them could potentially have lost you the game. Really well played by both players.
Yeah, Rajov had awkward situations. We couldn't see the hand the whole time, but like clearly wasn't able to set up the like agenda spam that Alco typically wants to set up. And while having like interesting eyes, like someone in like very interesting and strong positions, just wasn't able to get there, which can be sometimes unfortunate with Alco if you're not able to set up all of the assets that you want to set up.
Okay, well, how much time is left in the round? That's felt like it went pretty fast, but I'm not sure. Looks like we have 13 minutes left. How many games are still being played at this point? Okay, almost every game is finished, so can you check if table 3 is still going?
Table 3 does not have a lobby on the tournament page, so I'm going to assume table 3 is done.
Okay, well, in that case, given that almost every table is done, we will probably just go to break. And we'll be back in just a bit for the final round. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you in a bit. All right, hello, welcome back. It is the final round of the tournament, of the Circuit Breaker Invitational. We are at the very end. Hopefully, we'll be joined by Vale in just a second, who will be joining us for the final round of commentary. Oh,
Hello.
hello.
Vale has made it. So now it's me and Vale doing the commentary for the final round of the APAC Pod for the Circuit Breaker Invitational. I'll remind you, my name is Spider, and I'm obviously joined by Vale, who will now introduce himself.
How's it going, everyone? Good to be back for the final round. It's been an absolute banger so far.
It has been very good. We've seen some very good games, and there's a lot of people who can qualify for the top 5. Again, it's top 5 who gets into the big Circuit Breaker event next week. And while Thomas Haas is obviously locked in, there are, I think, like 10 people who are on 12 points who could get to 15. So it's pretty exciting.
Absolutely. Our top 4 is all from North America, which is a crying shame for the APAC region. We need to up our game this year, get on the grind. But it's been absolutely fantastic to see such a breadth of players all well represented.
Yeah, there should be some tight games because these guys are going to be playing for their last round. I don't know if there's any game you specifically want to see, Vale, but they should all be pretty good.
Absolutely. Table 1 is an ID by the look of it, so...
Yep. Yeah. Both players, I believe that ID guarantees them both a spot. Yeah, because both those players, that's going to put Thomas Haas at 19 and Analyze Chris at 16, which means the only person who could beat Analyze Chris is Man in the Moon, and that's still going to do it. So both those players are guaranteed a spot now. The sad news is that Man in the Moon has to fight for a spot, but everyone below that has a potential chance of fighting for the last 3 potential spots.
We should give our congrats to Chris and Thomas Haas, who have played fantastically thus far. So good job to them. I'm really curious to see some of these lats, because lat is like a small favorite of mine. But I'm also down to see even the Epiphany. Like the Epiphany host seems kind of interesting. Is there anything you want to see there? Anything in particular?
Oh, good with any of it sounds good. If you want to pick a table, we can definitely check it out. I think we've had a good spread of things across the streams. I don't think there's anything that hasn't been represented at all. So yeah, go pick at the table.
I think that table 4 is actually, we have seen a Leo today, so yeah, go with anything.
I'll message table 4 and see if they want to be on stream. They both said okay, so table 4 we can definitely look at. Now they have started the game. We did start this a little bit late, just due to technical difficulties in the background. But we are seeing a run against Leo. So we see Lat versus Leo, Jat versus Metrixco. Abran has been rezzed, but a Tranquility home grid is being accessed. With 7 credits, tough to justify trashing, but also quite important to trash. I mean, it's a trank.
Absolutely, and it's important enough to be absolutely worth the consideration this early into the game. Getting what to fire off is a fairly big deal if it's going to sit there the whole time. But that trash cost is it's not an insignificant amount to pay. That's for sure.
Yeah. Lat playing 2 more cards, going down to the right-hand side to try and match the amount of cards with Matrisco, but they're playing so quickly right now. We see a draw and 2 installs, I believe. A draw, an install, and a credit is what we saw on that turn. Very quick.
Absolutely. These players know this game might go long. We did get to see the tail end of a Giat Lat versus Leo game earlier. That was against Analyze Chris and was a very different looking board state with no ice on HQ, no ice on archives, 3 on the remote, 3 on R&D. And Chris managed to score the Lumen off the table to get the early conduit coming down.
That's exciting. I love Conduit. Conduit's one of my favorite cards. We see a virus counter added, and it's just going to be pressure the whole time through. We do see Humanoid pop, hopefully an Ice installed. Yep, Ice installed from a Trixco, making sure that R&D's defended. Double Ice, got to defend quite well, and then a Petty Cash from the Humanoid. Absolutely.
The early conduit is a commitment of resources, but it does demand an answer. You can't just leave it on the like just as you were. Is a good way to end up with all your agendas stolen.
So they both have like a small amount of setup already. Like Jut has both of the DZMZs, which is very good for applying a lot of pressure. Tranquility is a nice engine to sort of consistently start going, and it was already chosen not to be trash once, and it's behind a very good piece of ice. But those are the only engine pieces. We haven't seen a lot more other than that. So they're sort of like they still have a lot to set up before we see like the big late game stuff that Lat and Leo can both try and do. Jut spending a lot of time thinking about what he wants to do.
Absolutely. And with the Leo chewing through the deck like this, it won't be long before the threat of every card that's installed in Server 1 could be a vulnerability audit, and you're about to get seamless and the corp go up 3 points. But these Shaper decks are fairly adept at getting into servers if they really need to. We've already seen the SMC and the heap. SMC overclock is still a perfectly valid trick in the card pool, like SMC stem hack was so long ago.
Jut just spent the turn drawing, installing, making sure they're both at 5 cards, and immediately Matrixco decides to do the petty cash from bin and do a fully operational, setting up all the powerful pieces that they need to do. So that's a double install afterwards, including an ice and a trank trigger with the install in server 1. Just a solid quick turn, getting a ton of resources. You can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, the econ's really ticking along now. The engine is getting underway.
We see an Unicom install. We saw a rigging up in order to accomplish this activity. Just good stuff. I mean, we're seeing good, strong decks play their good, strong cards and doing good, strong things. That's sort of what you want to see sometimes.
Yeah, fully operational. A slightly atypical inclusion in Leo. Not usually what these decks are trying to do, but people have done them before. So it'll be interesting to see where the influence is being spent in this slightly atypical list.
That install was an agenda, so it was seamless advance to get the sender message, raising the Brawn in front of HQ. That's got to feel good for Matrixco, setting that up and being able to do it with such good defense, right? Like double eyes, a ton of money still remaining. Matrixco's got to feel good about this.
Absolutely. Scoring a sender message and having 10 credits left over for ice reses if this conduit gets clicked is definitely where you want to be with your scoring in this deck.
And Jad has to click for credits to get the Sure Gamble down. You have to do it, but it does suck clicking for credits to play Sure Gamble. I always hate having to do that. But a Fermenter comes down as well, and a Spin Doctor is rezzed and played by Matrixco, trying to refill the hand. Probably trying to find... I wonder if that's an agenda. Trying to put that in, trying to score it out quickly. I'm not entirely certain.
Goodness. This is a lot of installs. Yeah, the threat of one of the really scary things about these decks is the fact that any face stand in the remote could be a vulnerability audit. 2 seamless being gone makes you slightly less worried about that, but you know there's a third one. So you might be willing to bet on it not being the third, not being a vulnerability audit, but are you willing to bet 3 points on it?
Shaper doing Shaper things, installing a Revolver, then an SMC so that you can overclock, doing the funny overclock SMC thing if you need it. We do see a rezzed MIC, so that's 12 credits worth of ice protecting server 1, but all of it is kind of like you can click through Braun. Oh, you're not going to click through Braun here, but like a lot of it has funny interactions with clicks, which is just a good thing that HP can do. All these weird click interactions. We do see Unity being installed, Unity being the code gate breaker that allows you to get through MIC. But it's always worth remembering that if that's an agenda, Matrixco can always trash MIC to end the run.
Absolutely. Yeah, the border control effect in LEO is not the only trash and ice in the run available in that HP card pool with MIC kicking around. It'll be interesting to see if we do see it here. And if not, do we see the option, obviously, to cup this Tranquility Grid and try and regain some of that economic favor?
Trixco thinking what he wants to do. It's a tough spot, whether you want to lose like a big ice. You spent 6 credits just to like end the run and make Jut spend a little bit of money. It's an awkward spot to be in. So I definitely respect the thinking here. But does allow the breach, allows Managarm and Trank both to be accessed. Interesting.
Yeah, you'll be doing the maths. Do I want to trash this skunk and cup the Trank? Do I care that much about the skunk? What's the situation? The skunk is a real menace given how well this deck taxes your clicks. Considering how poor you are, you don't know if this is going to be your last chance to get rid of the Managarm. And yeah, we do see the mana gun get skunked.
Makes sense. I think that's pretty heads up. Thinking about how you're going to win, you're probably going to have to run into the server a couple more times, and getting rid of mana guns is going to be absolutely very useful for that. We see another fully operational. We see the petty cache into fully operational, into using the Tranquility home grid with an install in server 1. Just keep putting things in there and forcing Jyot to run them. It's what Leo's very good at.
Yeah, we're seeing these fully ops as sort of like red levels. But econ is econ, card draw is card draw, and the momentum is ticking along.
We have seen we've seen 2 fully ups. I feel like we've seen 3 for some reason, but we've seen 2 fully ups get played. Jyot having to think about exactly if it's worth running server 1 or not. Because if you keep doing, Jyot has very few credits, so it's kind of hard to justify it, but you could pop the fermenter and make this your fermenter use to try and get in. But what happens if it's not an agenda? And then server 1 gets another install next turn. It's like the standard question of Netrunner that you always have to ask, but it's very interesting every time.
Yeah, the seamless gameplay of every face down potentially being an agenda that really hurts.
Yeah.
Ooh, into the depths on the big server.
I do like it. Into the Depths, if you're not familiar, lets you run a server if successful. For each time you pass ice this turn, resolve one of the following effects, and it's got a bunch of good effects, like gaining credits or charging cards. The first piece of ice was not chosen to be res, so we're now at the second piece of ice. And we see a Boomy 1.0, which doesn't get the res effect of trashing a Trojan, but has 2 subroutines that can be shot with the revolver and letting, I believe, Into the Depths activate for the next piece of ice. We next see a Drafter.
All 3 effects of Into the Depths firing at the end of this run. If successful, of course, because Boomy is a Bioroid, so if the Corp so chooses, Leo can turn off this Into the Depths. But that is, of course, and we do see it.
Wow, it's very interesting. I'd love when the Leo player, and it sounds a bit strange, but you're allowed to use the Leo to prevent like a successful ability, and when it's something so specific like Into the Depths, creates a really interesting dynamic. Because Jyot didn't have to use Into the Depths there. You could have just ran and tried to get in, but then wouldn't have had that much value. You could have also Conduit ran, right? Lots of interesting decisions that can be made.
And it did represent quite a lot of money, given if Jyot needed, it's 4 credits off the first mode, Coalescence off the second mode, and charging that Coalescence on the third mode.
We do see a Conduit run. It's worth remembering that Matrixco has very little money right now, so the other ice is like very hard to justify raising. So it's just going to be breaking through the Drafter and seeing 2 cards. One of them... No, sorry, I was going to say one of them being Spin Doctor. Spin Doctor was used to put 2 non-agendas back into the deck, specifically the Fully Op and the Seamless launch. Seeing 2 cards and choosing not to trash any or possibly having none that could have been trashed.
Absolutely. So we have now found ourselves in that simplified economic state again, where the Corp has only got 3 credits, but things could be a lot worse. The petty cash takes that straight back up to 5.
We see a click to draw, we see a hedge fund getting that money back, going from 3 credits to 9 just in the one turn, and installing a card in server 3 as opposed to server 1. You'd sort of assume this is going to be a spin or something that you don't mind losing, because typically these Leo decks will set up a big server. And it's now Jyot's turn.
Absolutely. A spin or something you intend to bluff as a spin seems to be... well, it doesn't seem like the Corp is in the kind of board state where they need to risk points off mind games. So we'll see how Jyot reacts. But 5 cards in hand, a full board, not that many credits to work with. But if these Shaper decks are good at anything, it's the turning cards into other resources.
We see the Coalescence installed, getting that extra 2 credits. Well, 4 because of the DZMZ discounting the Coalescence. It's worth remembering always that Jyot does have access to Copulation right now, so there is HQ pressure very easy to access whenever Jyot chooses.
It'll be interesting to see where the runs end up going. 9 credits is quite a lot, and you're more than enough to res every ice in the deck. But of course, if there's one of these other 6 credit ice sitting on R&D, and Jyot's able to force the res, that does put the Corp in a tricky position. But of course, right now we're looking at a board state with an empty revolver. So Jyot would be looking for cards like Simulchip to get these threats of tricks back. that make the runner the corp do a lot of trickiness. But there is one simul chip on the board already, so the run can just the option of the run is there, and we do see it.
Conduit being used, seeing I believe one of those cards we already Jad already knows what it is. We see Fly Swatter getting rid of the virus counters. Makes a lot of sense because that was installed after we saw the Conduit. Getting rid of the virus counters, making it so that you'll only see one card, or Jad will only see one card if the run has gone through.
Very cheeky. Fairly effective.
We see Revolver.
Considered.
Yeah, we see Revolver cycled through, as you were going to say before I rudely interrupted you.
Oh, that's all good. The Discord delay makes things interesting, but it's interesting as well to see how Giat's going to be able to leverage this comparatively weak R&D when you look at the other two servers. Having Conduit and a very runnable R&D is a decent position to be in, but the Leo is ticking along. The card in server 1 has been there quite a while, so one can begin to surmise that it's probably something like a Mercia. Oh no, here it is. It is an agenda.
Oh.
It is a vulnerability audit.
Yeah, just waiting to draw that seamless launch, or possibly just letting it sit there while trying to set up other things is also a very reasonable play, because server 1 is a lot to get into, even if it is. But this is, Matrixco only needs one more agenda, and with a good server 1, that could happen at any time. Again, you're going to do the same thing if you're Matrixco. Put something in server 1, say, do you want to spend a bunch of credits to see what could just be an asset? But we do see the Conduit run from Giat, trying to find any of these agendas in R&D after looking so many times.
Shout out to the corp for making me look as foolish as possible. But interestingly, for Giat here, as much as being down 6 points is not where you want to be, you do have a remote lock going. So while you don't have the credit total to necessarily like sweep HQ and lock R&D like you would want, you do have the ability to see quite a lot of R&D. If the runner is sitting on a spin doctor in server 3, they do have the option to shuffle. If they really just need to find another card or another set of cards so they can really hammer home that threat of any face down in server 1 could be the end of the game. We do know these decks usually have a Luminal. We saw that earlier in the game that Giat lost to Chris, was a just Luminal off the table out of the remote in a small scoring window.
So Giat did see all 3 cards at the top of R&D, so Flash Flood is being trashed, replaced with a new piece of ice, but that does mean that we can be certain that there's no agendas being drawn from R&D, and probably no trashable cards as well. You'd imagine a Spin Doctor would be trashed, you'd imagine another Anoetic or something like that would have been trashed. Matrixco, taking that back, did not want to trash the Fly Swatter, I believe.
Yeah, it looks to be the case.
Trying to undo all of that.
Slightly tricky given they trashed it with the manual click and drag, but manually repair the board state, and we're back to where we would be in tabletop.
Putting another piece of ice in front, but Matrixco only has 4 credits, so it's not going to be something big like a Brawn that's going to get res and prevent the Conduit being run through. It is worth remembering that Matrixco only drew 1 card last time, so 2 of the cards at the top of R&D Giat already knows about, so doing a Conduit run's only going to see 2 new cards. It's not super pressing to do so at the moment, so Giat's probably going to look to try and set up, maybe do an HQ sweep finally with the Managarmed compilation, but lots of decisions and lots of ways to play this. There's lots of ways to think about what you could do from here.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if Giat runs server 3. Yeah, so if this is a spin, you can clear those 2 cards you know about and get a fresh dig off R&D with your Conduit.
The 2 cards shuffled back in were fully up in a hedge fund. There are some curious questions if you even wanted to shuffle those back in. Maybe R&D is still sort of like the way it was before. But Creative Kitchen gets played, Anacom draws a card, and Giat is set up very well for future turns. But Matrixco drew a new card that Giat doesn't know about, and it could easily just be an agenda. Absolutely.
If a card gets installed in server 1 here, it's difficult to not run it if you're Giat. But this is not the easiest board to just run the remote in. Ideally, if Giat has another simul chip or another propeller just to threaten getting through Braum with a propeller. That'll be an important thing to be able to leverage to really properly threaten to get into this remote. Alternatively, you could just commit to R&D because it is unlikely that Matrixco can res that outer R&D ice and still win next turn.
So click 1 was self-modifying code, click 2 was overclock. We saw this just a couple of rounds ago, so it makes sense to see it again. And we do see an MIC res, Matrixco going down to 1 credit, but having 18 credits defending server 1.
Oh lordy. So interesting position for Jat. You're not getting into this remote. You potentially don't really need to at this point. That's not guaranteed, of course, because credit seamless advance is only 2 credits if this is luminal. But at this point, you might be thinking, okay, I'm going to install a coalescence off my SMC to turn some of these overclock dollars into real dollars and then pressure R&D with my conduit. Something like that if you're thinking of pivoting. Oh, it's a pressure spike. So rather than another propeller, pressure spike is a much more consistent way to reliably break something like a Braum.
MIC is chosen to end the run. With that pressure spike, you might be interested if you're trying to go into HQ, just because pressure spike allows you to break it easily. But you do see Conduit instead. If Conduit sees a seamless launch, you can be pretty safe that there's not going to be no way to advance the card in server 1. So that is going to be something that Xiat's thinking about. 1 unseen, 2 unseens, thinking on the second unseen.
Absolutely.
You're seeing 4 cards here as Xiat.
If you're Xiat, you're really hoping that you steal the luminal would be the absolute dream. But it doesn't seem to be a fruitful R&D so far.
Matrixco saying, I love you, R&D. Makes sense. R&D is clearly making sure all the agendas are at the bottom unless Matrixco immediately wants to draw them. There is some thought here that there might just be a couple of agendas in HQ. It could be worth trying to sweep it. But again, you are risking the fear of advance, click for a credit, seamless launch in server 1 on a luminal. Those specific cards may sound like very, very infrequent, but it could easily happen.
Absolutely. And at this point, if you're Xiat, you're really probably hoping... Oh, it is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Matrixco taking the win from Xiat's poor hands, trying to run so much into R&D and missing it. But well played by Matrixco and, well played by Xiat, like trying to continue running in, getting all the power, but just not actually finding the cards, not touching the right ones.
Absolutely. We did talk about it. And there it is. The Matrixco show to start from start to finish, unfortunately, for the Shaper fans in the room. How are we doing on the round time?
We still have about 20 minutes left if you all want to find another game to watch. Any of the top games would work.
We've seen Men in the Moon a couple of times, but I am kind of curious to see Table 2 just for, the actual APAC representation with Fenris. I'll ask Table 2.
Sounds good.
Good. Yeah, so that means that given that, Jat has, or Metrosco has a very good chance of making it into the final tournament as one of the top players. It's going to be close for any of these players in the top few tables, but definitely has very good odds, while Jat is unfortunately eliminated. Very, very fun game, though.
Table 2 is okay with us. Remembering that Men in the Moon is one of the 2 players who is at 15, so Men in the Moon, even if losing, can possibly get in. But for Fenris, this game does matter. Winning this game would be quite relevant. Well, I mean, you need it in order to try and qualify, but even then, there's still strength of schedule questions. Fighting Men in the Moon definitely helps with strength of schedule, though. We are currently at 6 points versus 3 points for Fenris versus Abraham. A lot of 2 expensive pieces of ice have been res by Fenris, and Abraham has set up a kind of Keiko engine.
Absolutely. It's a interesting game that's evolved to this point because obviously our Miramorph player does not have much in the way of a board, but is on 6 points. So how we got to here, aside, the runner's position is not looking too bad, apart from the fact that the Corp player is a nano management deck and is on 6 points.
Yeah, these Miramorph decks, I played a little bit of this earlier. I think there's a deck list called Mirages that was popping up around World Completion, and they often do just not have that many servers because you're just scoring these things from hand with the nano management, with cards like that. It's currently someone's turn. It's the end of turn for Abraham and the start of turn for Fenris, who is drawing and deciding what to do with these cards. We see a 6 Botulus, like Botulus with 6 Virus Scanners just hanging out on server 1. I wonder what the story is there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see it is turn 14, and the runner player does not have that much of a rig, nor that much. They still have 14 cards left in the stack, so it looks to have been a fairly slow start from the runner side.
You say slow start. I see 5 cards removed from the game and assume an Ashen, and actually an incredibly quick start, almost too quick of a start. Although it could also just be like Gachapons and stuff.
Yeah, I would expect the Gachapons. I think the Ashen removes itself as well, so it would be there, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah, okay. No, that makes a lot of sense. You're right on that.
But the Gachapon absolutely churns through your deck, so it kind of been too slow. You're right. We do see some of the blue run event influence from those lovely I was going to say more reg, but it's obviously the Simulship engine, Hashiko's.
So Hashiko has started turn, lost the credit, gained the card, added credits to both of the little fun friends. Thinking about where to snipe agendas and try and prevent Fenris, who has a ton of credits, can easily score one if there's just like a couple of nano managements or something like that. So in sort of like a really awkward position. It can't be good to be Abraham at this moment trying to think, where am I going to steal to be perfectly precise?
Absolutely. And yeah, Fenris is playing a slightly strange game here. We are seeing the Privac. Yeah, Fenris obviously just needing an agenda and a nano management to win the game, but not having a completely unprotected HQ. So you don't want to just click draw up and risk stranding all those valuable cards in HQ where they can be touched. But at the same time, you eventually will draw into them. That's the natural clock of the Corp game.
We did see Privileged Access installing a Botulus, installing, I believe, also the Arisaeus crew, then running R&D and trashing it with the Arisaeus crew plus the Devil Charm, seeing 3 cards from the top and stealing none of them. But R&D is now exposed, so future runs could be good, but seeing 3 cards, not seeing any of them does feel bad. But it also means Fenris, if the agenda is the issue that's preventing Fenris from scoring out, doesn't mean that won't happen anytime soon unless it's in server 1 or 3.
Absolutely. The run through the Hagen, losing the Botulus in the process, but getting through for no credits. It is a spin. So 2 of those 3 cards that were not agendas are now gone. Shuffling double fully operational.
So if Fenris drew the agenda here and has what Fenris needs, this could work out. But instead, we see the fully up drawing once and has 2 more decisions to make. We also saw a petty cash just a second ago before that. Using petty cash is kind of interesting because I believe that was from the bin, which means you're not going to be doing like using the petty cash for the Miramorph click.
Oh, the double nano.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Is that actually what we're seeing?
Yeah. Double nano.
All right.
5-3. GG, shake my hand.
That was very good. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, well, if you're playing fully up, that means you don't have the combo. But you know what fully up does? Gives you the combo. That's the way the deck works. So it makes perfect sense that Fenris did that thinking ahead with what could have occurred.
If you haven't credits, anything is possible.
Yeah, that was a good game. Exciting to see. Sort of the end of that, you know. I assume early on was a lot more interesting with how those agendas were exactly scored. But that does mean that Fenris is now able to possibly qualify, depending on strength of schedule, for the CBA.
Absolutely. And yeah, like you mentioned before, Man in the Moon sitting slightly higher in the point bracket, so not too ruined by their loss in the final round here, potentially.
All right. Well, we will see the. We're going to go to a short break after this, and we'll be back in just a second with the final results once all the games are in and we have the final standings to see who's going to be coming back next week for the Circuit Breaker Invitational Finals. See you in just a second.
to maximum power output. Transmitting signal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transmitting signal down.
Hello again, welcome to the end of the tournament. Time to check on the winners. So, thanks for joining me, both of you. Glad that y'all were able to help out with commentary today. Looks like first place is Thomas Haas, as expected. And Thomas Haas and Analyzed Chris already chosen as first. Thomas Haas went undefeated up to the last game, ID'd. Well done. Analyzed Chris also got to ID that last game, so got a guaranteed slot. And then the next 3 spots are Men the Moon, Fenris, and Viljams. The Epiphany actually making it. Well done. Wow.
Yeah, thanks for having us on the stream. These are we've seen a lot of the games by these players. These were 5 incredibly good players, so they definitely deserve to be up here and doing well. Especially, we saw Abraham a lot in Men in the Moon. But we also saw some good games by Analyzed Chris, some good games by Fenris, especially. Did we see Thomas Haas? I assume we saw Thomas Haas. I mean,
probably at some point might have been doing too well to be on stream, and they're like, we're looking for interesting games,
Yeah. And Viljams with the Epiphany, as you said, very, very exciting to see that going into. Well, I mean, they don't have to bring the same decks, I assume.
No,
they can switch decks between this week and next week.
I believe they do.
Okay. So maybe we'll see. Maybe we won't.
I'm pretty sure they have to bring the exact same decks because technically the only reason there is a break is because we don't want to have the exact same weekend because that would be way too fast.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So they will be bringing the same decks, but also the finals will be open cut, or open deck list, so people will be able to look at what their opponent is playing. It's an interesting thing that makes it so that you have to be a little bit more prepared for anything, and you can't just rely on, haha, you didn't expect the bite in my deck. But yeah, congratulations to all the other players who got 15 points. By the way, Arjorb, Toron, Mexico, and Ladala. Fantastic job. All of them getting 5 wins today. Lot of great layout among the top 9 players as well, by the way. Different identities. Obviously there's a lot of Hoshiko, but there's Seb, Analyze Chris's Seb. We have Leo and Mirror Morph. Only 2 outco's. Instead, Leo, Mirror Morph, and Epiphany. Not even PD. No PD in the top cut after all of the stuff that we saw of them. Interesting to see.
Yeah, certainly at the end of the day, it sort of has reflects what we sort of would come to expect. Obviously, the Mirror Morph is always a bit of a rogue contender. LP placed 2 very good Mirror Morph results towards the end of 2025. So we have seen top cuts with 1 Mirror Morph and not a stranger. But yeah, certainly seeing those Alcos, seeing those Leos, seeing those Hoshikos, doing well like you would expect.
Glad to see Seb and Epiphany getting 1 more moment, and excited to see what the Mirror Morph can do in the finals. And thanks so much again for joining me. As a note again, assuming that all of them can make it, Thomas Haas, Analyze Chris, Man of the Moon, Fenris, and Viljams will be back for the Circuit Breaker next weekend. If one of them can't make it for some reason, there's a chance that Arjorb or potentially even Toron might be in, but Those top 5 should be your 5 that come back next weekend for the finals of the Circuit Breaker Invitational, where the top 5 of this and the top 5 of the tournament tomorrow morning for the Americas, and well, tomorrow morning for me, tomorrow for the Americas, and then after that, the tournament for Europe. The top 5 of both of those, along with the returning winner, will come back to fight in the top 16. Well, and thanks for tuning in.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, we'll see you there.